Just want to make sure it all is good to go. I should make a little 2-minute video to play before Rumble. For the end zone stream, I actually uploaded the trailer. It was the intro video. It was the intro video. It was 30 seconds long. That's what I uploaded before the stream, so it just played on a loop, the intro video. Because I thought the intro video was really, really cool.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that because I was late.
All right. And then right away when I started the stream, I actually played the intro video. so it was funny. So I was like confusing people, like, why is this intro video playing again? Like, no, the stream is going. It's just another intro video. Because it was really well done. And it's my favorite art style. But here we are. There we go. Here we are. There we go. Now, it's weird, when the stream actually kickstarts and it actually boots up. It doesn't boot up at the beginning. It boots up right at that moment. So it's like I missed. I'm not really a fan of how Rumble does it. Okay. Now that we're going on both platforms, we can dig into it here. I actually had all of my programs and development environment set last night because I've been working on this for several days. And so I had my whole development environment all done already. I had VS Code, I had Visual Studio, I had DNSpy, I had everything set up last night at a place where I was at. I get up this morning and my fucking computer had rebooted. Goddamn Microsoft. Like, really?
Oh, jeez.
You're going to close all of those programs just to reboot your ass for some meaningless little update that I could have... Oh, my God. It's always Tuesday night, too. So frustrating. So, yeah, now I got to build... Now I got to get all this stuff up and running again. So I had to... I was on a certain path. We had done a design, a little mini design document for the creosote oven and the alloy oven, and we worked on that. And then I've kind of tangented away from that a little bit because it's scary. The whole multi-block thing is super scary. I really, really, really don't want to do it. The person who was going to do it has since backed away and told me they would rather... They're working on like a food mod right now where eating varieties of food gives you buffs of some kind, and then whatever, right? He basically is like, I'm working on a food mod, and if I do a tech mod, I'll integrate it with VE, but yeah, it's for some reason really, really disappointed me. Like, really disappointed me. But the whole multi-block system is a wasp's nest of stuff that I don't want to poke. I just don't want to poke it because I just see it as this is a black hole abyss feature that would be very, very easy to get wrong and very easy to break all of the things. And I want the mod as it is to be on the most secure footing possible before getting into a whole new system, right? Because we have the pipe system. And the pipe system, it is what it is. The pipe system works. It's great. It's awesome. But wow, was it a lot of work to move things from A to B. There was a lot of work. So, yes. So I tangented, somebody made a pump, right? And so that, like last week, I was like, oh, cool, a pump. And so that's what we worked on last week. And then I got a charger. And so the charger was like, oh man, this is really cool. But something I mentioned when somebody asked me what plans are for like MB tier, and I mentioned that oil and oil processing and stuff like that was a part of it, that stuck in my head. The original oil project that I did, the crude oil mod that I did, I tried to make it look like the spouts, sort of like old Buildcraft. Everybody who's worked or played Buildcraft or modded Minecraft know that there are mods that add oil that make it spout, right? There's a spout on the land, and it's like you have this feature that gets generated as part of the world. And I originally tried to do a couple of years ago when I first did the oil mod, I tried to do that. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite crack how to do it. And fast forward to last stream, and when I mentioned the oil spouts and stuff, I realized I have way more experience now on the API, like way more knowledge and experience with the API. And I felt fairly confident that I could put something together to make it work. And I was like, well, like just envisioning how it works, right? Just I've already cracked it once and kind of figured out a part of the algorithm. But then I started thinking of all the different features and what you could do. And so, of course, I could not get that out of my head. I just couldn't quite shake the concept of having these things generate in the world and how to do it. And then I thought, well, it would actually work quite well because how they were generated, and I'm talking about Buildcraft right now, how they were generated was a single block would generate as part of World Gen, and that block would control the deposit that spawned above it, right? Anybody who has played old school Minecraft and Buildcraft, if you went to the bottom of one of those deposits, one of those spouts, right? If you went to the very bottom of one of those, there was a block, right? And that block was a special block, and that is the thing that spawned the deposit, right? That is the random world gen thing that spawns that dictates the actual deposit. And with that infrastructure in mind, I just started going over and over and over in my head like, oh, that would be easy. And you could do that, and you could do that, and you could do that. And I couldn't get it out of my mind, right? I tried working on other things, like the pump and stuff, and I was just like, I can't get. So I had to do it. I had to do it, and it'd be funny if this didn't compile. Okay, good. I had to do it. I just had to get it out of my head, in order to move on. And so I did it. It took me a couple of days, smashing through the code. I actually smashed through it pretty fast because compared to some of the systems that I've worked on in the last couple months, this is a piece of cake compared to some of that stuff. So loading up here eventually, right? We look at the map. So one of the things that in the new version of the game, they changed the map colors, so they suck like way more now. The map colors like really, really suck. I don't know how to change this. I hate this type of map. It looks bland and icky, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But anyway, I traveled way, 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 way south. Because part of the process of the oil spouts themselves is they spawn bigger in drier climates, and so I wanted to make. I needed to test that, right? I needed to test that, and so I was, as you can see, right about here, right in here, right, is where I changed the spawn. Like I was traveling all the way down here after I get them working. I got all the way down here and I was like, I'm not seeing any. So I changed how often it tries to spawn them, and then you can see all these little spots. Right? If you see a little circle on the land, that is a deposit that's generated. Now, of course, the frequency is something that you can tune. Like everything is tunable. Everything is tunable. But you can see, like, I really jacked up the spawn frequency because I need to test. I needed to test the code, and I didn't want to walk, 50 miles to find one. But yeah, I got them working, and we go down to the desert, right? You can see Texas T here. If we do a TPWP Texas T. There they are. Now, these are there's an option where they spawn large, right? And so when you get a large version, this is what they look like, right? And I really am pulling off of Buildcraft now, right? This is directly off of Buildcraft. Okay, so there's a few things about this that bother me that don't quite work. For one, the blocks when they spawn, for some reason they don't react to gravity. So there's no block update, and I don't know how to force that. Right? So anyway, the transparency, I talked to Tyrone last night about the transparency of the blocks, and right now fluid blocks are either fully transparent or fully opaque. Those are the only two options. And so one of the features of the new version that he's working on, 1.20, is he's going to have a flag in there that uses the blocks or the texture's transparency rather than a hard-coded bit. So I could make these opaque, but I would have to be like, is lava true, right? Is lava true would set these to be opaque, but I don't know what other shenanigans that would enable. So they're false right now. And there's a drifter right there, because of course there is. But you can see we have these two big ones here. We got a little itty bitty one there. We got probably more around here. Yeah, there's one right there. There's one way over there. But if we go down these, there we go. Do. We got a little cave. And then we get, boom, we get a bubble, right? So here's a bubble. If anybody's played Buildcraft knows there's a little bubble down here. And then we go down even more. We can go down even more. There's this thing. Crude oil well, and you can see how many liters are in there. I'll explain that when I get into safety zone. Get up and out. Oh. Yeah, doing this without an angel belt, I would not recommend. Where's the other big one? I'm gonna go check. I haven't checked this one yet. And there is a bug. The grass. Oh dear God, the grass. I literally, when I spawn the blocks up on the surface here, I trigger a neighbor block update when I do it. So when this block spawned, it triggered a neighbor block update. It should have broken this grass. I don't know why. Like when you change the block, it right? Right? When the block changes, the grass does go away, but it's weird. I if anybody has any ideas how to make that work, I am all ears. Let's go down here, see how big this. Ooh, this bubble is nice and big. Everything is randomly generated, right? It's all random. Even the well at the bottom has a random amount, and you can see here the liters, 23 million liters here. This is a nice big bubble here. This is glorious. So we get out of here so I can breathe. Otherwise, I would die. And believe it or not, I was up here. I had wandered all the way down here, and I was all the way down here, and I was like, "Where's my base? Right? Where's my test base? Where's all the stuff that I've set up for the test base?" I did not have a marker for that. So I had to fly all the way up here and sort of like wander around and be like, I think it's around here somewhere, obviously. And then bam, I actually found it. And I found it, unfortunately, because there seems to be TPWP test base. There is a bug, not a bug. There is something causing lag. If I move around, you can see the rendering lag. You can kind of feel it here. There's something causing that lag in my mod. I'm convinced now it's in my mod. Because this random lag spike does not happen out in the wild. I thought it might be chunk loading and unloading, but it only happens around my base. So this is kind of how I found where my base was, because as soon as it started lagging like that, then I knew I was close. But anyway, anyway, that the oil deposits are a thing, and how I plan on using them is the regular pump, right? Where is he? Over here. This regular pump will work for the oil fluid blocks that are around, right? You're going to need the pump to pump those blocks out, and you may even need to dig down and put the pump, right? Because the pump has a range of 32. Obviously, the well goes way deeper than that, and I don't know. I'm open to suggestions or ideas on how to work that. Yeah, I'm open to suggestion on how to do that. But for me, pumping down the liquid is like the first step. That's the easy step. And then if you want to tap that well block, I added a interface to be able to do that. And so that well block is what would be interacted with a pump jack. And you'd have to build the pump jack like up on the surface. It would be Y limited. You'd have to build it up on the surface, right? If you build it right above the well, it would detect it's really deep in the ground and be like, I can't operate, right? So you're forced to build it up near the surface, and then you'd have to have pipes or something, like a steel, I don't know, some unique block, right, to pump down or to build down to that pipe or that well block, and that the liters left in the well block are what would be pulled, right? That's what actually would be pumped by the pump jack until it's depleted. and when it's depleted, there's an option to have it be infinite and have a little trickle amount of oil coming out, right? Just a little bit, not compared to like the millions of liters that are in there, but just like 100 portions, per second or something like that, right? Which is a tunable value. So not enough to keep your industry going, but more than enough if you had a few of them. I was always a big oil hoarder when I was playing Minecraft. I would have hundreds of millions of buckets of oil. I just loved pumping the oil. I don't know why. But having oil be this frequent, the recipe to refine it would, balance that a little bit, where you need a huge amount of fluid in order to refine anything out of it. So there's a few things that I want to fix with the oil generation itself. So yeah, the function that's called here, I want to impose my knowledge upon you on how this system works. Okay. So we have the crude oil well block. This is that block that's at the very bottom of that well. This is the thing that gets spawned, right? This is a thing that gets spawned when it appears. And this is the thing that actually generates the well. Okay, so this is that block at the bottom that reports as crude oil well. This is all of the things. These are all of the tunable properties of the well. This is not only of the well itself and the deposit that generates above it, but also the well that's in the block, right? It's a fake well, but it's the well that's in the block. And basically the thing the pump jack would hit at the bottom of the world. And so there's a lot of variables that are tunable. You don't need a config, like a big mod config, when you can pop all of the configs into the block itself that actually is the config, right? You could put all of these in a master config file, but then each one of these would have to reference that config and pull those values, and you get a lot of like memory shenanigans going on when you're having to pull items from a completely different system, like a mod system. So putting all of the variables in the attributes of the thing itself, I thought, well, that all of these apply to this, why not have them in here? So this function has all of the variables that are associated with it. And the crude oil well, this is the block entity. This has a few more. This uses a few more, right? Because some of these apply to the deposit, and some of these apply to the world gen deposit, right? The world gen above it, and some relate to the block entity deposit, that is the well. So here's the trickle portions, for example, like how many portions per second is this when it's depleted, and can it be infinite? If this is false, then it won't do anything. And then you have your max deposit blocks, min deposit blocks, where this is actually blocks of fluid, right? Oil block code. This is how many blocks of fluid a max size deposit would be. And then you take this to get portions, right? How many fluid portions? I have the portion code. How many fluid portions are here? Is the number of blocks times 1,000 times portions per liter, items per liter. So this number gets to be quite large. So these are all stored as longs. I figured 9 quintillion was a big enough deposit size.
Never enough.
It's a lot. It would be a lot.
Also, Zulkin said hi.
And yes, hi Zulkin. How's it going? I get on a roll and I tend to want to finish my thoughts so my brain doesn't blue screen. Okay. So I wanted to cover how this generates, because it's not, I don't know if it's even a documented feature in the wiki. I don't know if anybody has ever done this, explicitly documenting how this works. Okay, so we have a few items here. We have the crude oil well, and then we have crude oil, right? Crude oil is the block of fluid. This defines the fluid. This defines the texture. This defines everything, including the particle effects. Down here, you have the particle effects. I tried to change the opacity, and nothing works. And basically talked to Tyrone last night, and he was just like, wait for 1.20. We have the feature in 1.20 where the texture, if it has an alpha transparency, the shader will use the alpha transparency rather than a hard-coded vertex flag. So, me knowing very little about rendering, I mean, I know enough to get me in trouble, but I don't know enough to like fix the problem, right? Or know how to fix the problem. So he just said wait for 1.20 and then look at the devlogs and stuff about how to change that. So I'm looking forward to that. So for now, the oil will be see-through and blah, it'll look ugly, but 1.20 should hopefully help fix that. So if it looks crappy for a while, that's fine. It doesn't break anything by having the block not transparent. Okay, so we have the crude oil well. What is this? Okay, we'll get that. We have the crude oil well, which is the solid block at the bottom of a deposit. We have the crude oil, which is the fluid, the actual fluid block that defines the fluid block. It defines the portion, and we have the portion, right? So the portion and the block sort of cross-reference one another. And this ensures that you can bucket the oil somewhere in here. You can bucket the oil, but you cannot create new source blocks with it. If you wanted to bucket oil 10 liters at a time, right? 10 liters in a bucket to fill even a small tank, right? The tiny fluid tanks have a 16 block capacity, which is 16,000 liters at 10 liters a pop. That's 1,600 empty and fill to fill that small tank. 1,600 times you would have to do that to fill that tank. If you're willing to spend that time, then more power to you. A pump would be able to fill that in a fraction of a second. A powered pump would fill that in a fraction of a second. Okay, so now we understand how all these blocks are set up. We have the well, we have the fluid block, and we have the portion, which is an item, not a block. Now, in the world gen, the world gen is not generating the deposit, it's generating the well block. So if we look, crude oil well, it is placing the well block, right? It's placing the well block with a minimal radius of 1, thickness 1, and the y position relative, the inverse exponential here favors average, right? It favors average and then moves, more of your dots would be placed at average than the variation positive, right? And average plus var. So this, I really want this to be at the very bottom of the world, as close to 0 as possible. There's probably a way with some other values to just force it to be at like height of 1. Just say just height of 1 every time. Like don't even bother. There's probably a way to do that. I haven't played a lot with these values. I'd be afraid of breaking it, but I make sure in the code that the Y value is less than 5 anyway. If it's greater than 5, I just ignore it and I move on. It only will generate if the value is under 5. So height of 1 to 4. That's fine. If you want to dig under the thing and be like and complain to me, then just more power to you. But so we have the crude oil well here, and then we have crude oil well desert, which has it will basically have more tries per chunk. This tries per chunk is larger just because I want to this was like 0.0 like I think it was like 0.025 or 0.015, something like that. So this was like minusculely small. Like the amount of tries per chunk, it would have to generate what 100 chunks at the bottom. Ow, cat, Jesus. It would have to try to generate about 100 chunks in order to have this spawn once, right? It's just a random probability. So it just massively lowers the probability. And if you look at something like red clay, the spawning attributes of red clay, way tiny chance. Like that's why fire clay is so damn rare. Is the chance the tries per chunk are minusculely small. And so the desert one just adds another like, hey, let's try to do it more often in a desert, like way more often, 10 times or 10 times more often, and then restrict it on climate. Right? Min rain, max temp, max Y. I feel the purrs. I hear the purrs too. Yeah. Anyway, the important part of this, if you notice, eagle-eyed viewers out there will notice there is a little line in here with block callback. What is this? These are the magic beans of this process. This is what makes this work. With block callback. What this means is when one of these is attempted to be spawned, when one of these is spawned, what happens? It's calling back. There has to be a function within whatever block this is trying to spawn, which means this block. There has to be a block where this spawns to run, right? There's a built-in function, and this is why the API for this game is so amazingly good. It's built in, right? There's a built-in event that's run when you have a block callback. And what that event is, in the block, not the block entity, in the block, try place block for world gen. This is a function that's run when it tries to spawn one of those blocks in. And this passes you the block accessor, the position of the spawn, the block face, which is usually up. It's just defaults to up. I don't know why it's even in here. And a random object. This is a special random object. ICG generator, particularly suitable to world gen. linear congruential gen. I don't even want to dive into that. So you're given the random gen object that the world gen uses. You're given the position and you're given an accessor. And through this is what actually builds the whole thing, right? When you're cruising around in the world, this code gets run whenever one of these blocks randomly gets spawned in, right? It's going, ooh, I can spawn this in, pop, let's run this function. And so I check the Y. I said I check the Y for above 5. If it's above 5, return false. I could say above 0 or above 1, right? And return false, but that would severely limit the number of spouts that would spawn. Like they would become so rare, almost near impossible to find, because the odds of it trying to spawn at that exact Y level would be very, very rare. But again, if I were to figure out a way of the Y position to just set the value, I'd be able to do that. But I don't know of anything in the game that generates at an extremely specific Y level. If you guys know, or if you dig through the world gen like deposits and you find an example of a Y position hard coded to be a certain position, let me know, because then I could use that and it would always be position of 1. Okay, so this code then gets called and I do some sanity checks, oil block ID, just to make sure everything is good to go. And hello, Joe. How's it going? We are cruising here, and we're going in here, and we're saying, okay, let's set the block, let's spawn the block entity, because remember, the well at the bottom has a capacity of fluid in it that will eventually be pumped by the pump jack. That's going to be the only way to tap into that well of fluid is the pump jack. And so yeah, this sets the block to this oil well. It sets the block entity to the entity class I have specified, and it grabs the interface. I created an oil well interface because again, I'm writing this mod to hopefully support other people's creativity. So I don't hard code really anything in the mod. It's really open to other people and their creativity. So the interface, very, very simple. I have a bunch of just helper fields in here. And init deposit initializes the deposit and a pump tick, right? Pump tick will return how many fluid portions in this pump tick. That's essentially what this is. Doesn't matter how much delta time has passed, how many seconds have passed. All it wants to get back is how many portions in this pump tick. And you better have that many. And this can evolve. This can change to maybe take into account how many some limit, sort of like the power system, if the pump is near full, but it will only really operate. Yeah, you're gonna have to manage that in the pump jack, or I'm gonna have to manage that in the pump jack, because it's gonna, whatever it returns, it's gonna deplete. So if you don't use the fluid that it returns, then bad things happen. Okay. I'm doing okay. I was up until 2:30 in the morning working on this mod, or working on this feature. And I was talking to Tyrone about a frustrating thing, but anyway. So this comes in here, initializes that deposit, and then builds the oil spout. And the build oil spout, this code here, and I can walk through this, but basically, for one, we determine if it's large, right? So this random that we get has a lot of like very easy functions to return like basically random numbers between very strict values. And so this next float is between 0 and 1, right? 0%, 1 or 100%. And then I just determine oil for large, which comes out of the here random right there. Odds for large. So this odds for large is 0.25. If the float is less than or equal to 0.25, then it's large, right? So you can set odds for large to 1, and everybody would be large. Every deposit. Unless, and we'll get into that, there's one other thing that happens for this. With the build oil spout, we detect if it's large, and then we check only if it's large, which remember would only happen 25% of the time, right? Is large would only be triggered 25% of the time, and only if it's large do we double check the climate. The climate, if the climate is favorable, which again, these values, these underscored values, these are all coming out of here. So we can fine tune, we can tune and tweak how this works. You could tune it so the entire, no matter what, everywhere gets the odds of getting large, right? You could tune this where you could get large in the Arctic. You could get large, wherever. And you can tune and tweak this based on these values in here to be more or less favorable, right? You could have a much narrower rainfall. You could have a much narrower temperature for large deposits. So it's more of a glorious thing when you find them. But if it passes, right? This is why I went so far south into my in my world. So I was actually getting to these conditions. I wanted to get to a desert to be able to test whether or not these worked, and they do. So they do work. They work great. And then it's just a whole lot of variable setting, and I mean, it's just like my initial radius, setting it to a min deposit radius. If the radius is large, add the extra radius, which comes again out of here. It takes the radius scale, max and your min, right? It takes your max radius possible, and it just adds 5, right? That's a large deposit. That's a huge bubble underneath. If it were to actually generate a max size bubble underneath the ground, it would be enormously large. So, yeah, I don't know what would happen if the chunk is not generated yet. I don't know how it does. I have checked many oil deposits, the bubbles underneath, and I have not found one example of a chunk border being in the middle of the bubble. I have not found one example of that. So the game may, because it's part of World Gen, it might just like, you might be able to change these blocks, and then when the World Gen comes back and it finds that those blocks are there, it'll just be like, oh, these blocks are already generated, use them instead. I don't know, right? I don't. The terrain generation in this game is a swirling abyss of just insanity. Like the layers of complexity in the terrain generation in this game it's very hard to unpack. I actually tried, but it's very, very hard to unpack. Okay, so then we generate like how deep should the pool on the surface be? How high should the spout be? So this is another random thing based on whether it's large or not. And the large spouts are larger, right? They're bigger. And let's see here. We have gen spouts. So there's a few booleans in here. Deposit gen, spout gen, pool gen. Now deposit is the bubble, right? Deposit gen is the bubble. It's not the whole deposit. It's the bubble inside. The spout gen is the spout above the ground, right? And the pool is the pool on the surface. If you disable each one of those, all you would find is a single block, if it's normal, of oil on the surface. That's all you would see, is a single block of oil with a tube of oil all the way down to the well block. That's all you would have, is a single block. If it's a large deposit, which is still possible, you would have a little plus sign. You would have the northeast, southwest, and the center, a plus sign of oil all the way down. And that's all that would be on the surface, is a little plus sign. If you disabled all of these. Now, you could disable the generation itself by removing or disabling the generators, right? You could remove these completely, or just remove these. You could just say with block callback false. Now that's that would basically eliminate. They would still spawn in the world, but yeah, you wouldn't generate anything, nor would it. It wouldn't even have oil in it, because the oil is generated when the thing is when the deposit is generated. So there is a way to remove it completely. Or just change the block, what generates. You could change this. Say change this to false, and then just change place block to, I don't know, basalt. And that would be it. You would get no oil at all in the world. So server owners could easily do that if they wanted to get rid of the spouts. So gen spouts, right, just sets the spout height to 0, so it doesn't generate the spout. And then I just go through and go, okay, there's the surface Y, get terrain height, bubble center Y, blah 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 blah, all this stuff. I grab the center, basically it's the midpoint. The deposit bubble is the midpoint between the surface and the generator, right, the well block. And then I grab the spouts, blah blah blah. The pool is on the surface, and it generates. I was kind of proud of the pool, but I'm thinking I might want to change how the pool generates, because it's well, maybe not. I just wish that they would actually. I don't know how to get a block that spawns to then update its physics. I don't know how to do that. I have these trigger enable block updates on here and here, and they don't seem to work. When this builds the pool on the surface, it's basically going through and changing the blocks, and I trigger the neighbor block update, but it's not getting rid of the grass. That grass should immediately disappear, but it's not. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. Why it's not actually it's doing it sometimes, like the large deposits does it, but it's just weird. I don't know. If anybody has any ideas on that, let me know. Because it's inconsistent and really angers me how inconsistent it is. So this is just your basic, like, go through, grab this. This is the spout. So this is taking from the very bottom, one block above the well, and then all the way up to the surface, and then the spout on top. And that's why I have the spout height here, because it just gets added to the spout. So the spout is default well plus 1 to the surface. That's the spout. And then if the spout is enabled, then it just adds to the surface. And if it's large, it adds even more. It basically doubles the height as a single block, because this also does the northeast southwest blocks. Right? This is how you get that plus sign. Is you set the center, and if it's large, you set each side. So that's kind of the indicator. And again, I'm pulling this right off of Buildcraft, right? This is me like playing as if like Buildcraft was still alive and well. Because for some reason I loved going around the countryside pumping out oil wells. when I played Buildcraft. I don't know why, but I loved it. Kind of weird that way. So this just goes through. It generates the spouts. It generates the bubble, right? The deposit bubble inside, and then it generates the pool on the surface. So there's a couple things I want to do in here. For one, we have the surface Y. We have get terrain map height at. Now, what I have learned, right, is this does not include fluid, right? Returns the topmost solid surface position at a given XZ coordinate. So there's a big problem with the oil interaction with water. I have it set to interact with water and produce sludgy gravel from the game. Right? I have it producing sludgy gravel. When it hits lava, it produces obsidian, but sludgy gravel, it produces sludgy gravel. Or water, it produces sludgy gravel. I figured sludgy gravel, I mean, that's perfect for crude oil and water, like, whatever. There's no, like, good solution there. Like, you can't turn water into a salt. Like, what do you turn oil into when it mixes with water? Like, oil doesn't mix with water. And I know how Buildcraft had it. So I got to figure out a way. Get get distance to rain. Returns how many? Okay, no, that's not it. I don't think there is a easy solution here. I don't think there's a good solution here. I don't think. Okay, so one. Satisfactory. I can't believe I lost. Um, seaweed. I kid you not, everybody. I looked at every single one of these. Tri-place block for World Gen. Every single one of these I looked through just to see how everything was done. This is, at least 50% of this mod, programming this vintage engineering, at least 50% has been just like studying the base game, studying everything I can, research, figuring stuff out. Okay. So, yes, this they definitely have to grab the block. So if the block code does not equal water, return false. So it looks at tri-place block seaweed. So it grabs the block below, grabs the block. If the liquid code does not equal water, return false. So if the block below is not water, return false. So it's only wanting water blocks below it. That's weird. If the liquid code does not equal water. I don't even know where in the giant mass of files you would have seaweed as part of the spawn condition. Like, I have no idea where you would define that. But it looks like, yes, it is absolutely having to do get block. And so what I want to do, because the terrain height map is only getting solid blocks. It's ignoring fluid blocks, which is a problem. So my question to y'all, and yes, I said y'all, is do we prevent deposits from spawning in water or underwater? Because it would be an easy way to detect if the block above this Y level, right? So look, we have the Y level of the solid block. The block above is water. We could just spider up until it's air. Then we know, hey, this is the top block, right? We have the solid block, but then we go up, and this is the solid block. The problem is the mixing of the fluids, where you have water block and oil block. Pumping that is a major pain in the ass. Major pain in the ass. But a counter to that would be always be large deposits, right? We're detecting that here. I could detect that actually up here. And if we're in water, right, I think the game even has salt water. Salt water. I don't know if salt water is actually a thing. in the game yet. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if oceans, right? If small bodies of water are water and large bodies of water are salt water, I don't know the difference between the two. Honestly, because when you look at water, you don't see water. The game doesn't collide with water, so you don't know what it is. And I guess you could probably pick it up in a bucket and see, but I don't know. So the question is, do we block oil on water? Just period, right? Or do we do something else with it? Because remember, when oil and water touch, it generates gravel, which falls, which it would take a long time for it to build up, and it would literally fill in the deposit. It would fill in the deposit. So I think my instinct is to detect it early. Before I do any of these shenanigans here. Yes, I've already gone through all of this. Doesn't matter. These are simple checks and stuff. There's not really any major things here, but and it only runs 25% of the time anyway. So if service Y blah blah blah, and we want to be if access dot get block position dot up copy 1 dot id get block dot id or no dot is liquid return false. Oh, return, just return. Return bombs out of this and just it doesn't generate anything. Unfortunately, it does spawn the block. Oh yeah, get block. Unfortunately, this is wrong. Yeah, see, we have to not spawn the block. So how about I get rid of that, and I have to copy this and come in here. Go away. Block position. Water check equals new block position dot x surface y position dot z block layer access dot default. Fluid. Surface y plus 1. Okay. Okay. So what this does, we have the position of the well. That's what's actually being spawned is the well. The surface y, the access dot get terrain height, will get us the height of the solid block, which could be underwater. We grab a position that is the same x and z, but has the surface y plus 1. So that is the block above the surface, solid block surface. if access dot get block of water check dot is liquid or dot liquid code equals water, return false. I think returning false. So if you return true, there's literally no information about this function, right? You see this and you're like, currently used for what? The return value, what does that do? Like there are parts of this API that are so frustrating because it's like, what the hell does this do? Used currently for, it doesn't give us any information on this function. The whole point of the documentation is to tell me what this thing is, what this is doing, and what all the variables are. But none of that is given. I hate. Yeah, the API needs someone. It needs someone to go through and literally document everything, right? What I think happens, because remember, when you have a tries per chunk, when you return true, it counts as a try. When you return false, it doesn't. Right? So, returning true here may be the thing, but the other thing it could do, if you return true, is it placing the block. Because I've seen a few examples in the code, try place block. I've seen a few examples in here where it's like, I don't know, place vines. I guess no, there's a set block in these. The locust nest. This is a trippy one. Oh my god, there's so much weird stuff going on in here. It literally, the locust nests, I kid you not, right? The locust nests are probably one of the most computational intensive processes the game has. Because there's a certain number of tries per chunk for the locust nest itself. And then inside the function, there's a number of tries, right? Between 55 and 110 tries for each time this is called, right? So there's tries within tries. So now we're multiplying the amount of tries. And then when you go into one of these, right, place decal up, there's tries within that. Place decal down, there's tries within that. So you have 55 plus, so there's up to 110 here, and then each one of these is like 7 tries. So you multiply that by 7, and then, like, it's crazy. Like, it's crazy how much the game tries to put in these locust nests, and it's only between heights. It's between heights. Get train height amp. Yeah, I have no idea where the locust nest, where this file or where this generator is. Like, some of the stuff that the game generates is not done through JSON. I have no idea what triggers the try place block for world gen for the locust nest. I have no idea. So this looks at the liquid code of the block above the surface. If it's water, return false. I could probably return true here. But no, I'm not going to do that. If it's a small puddle, then I want to try it. But the other thing I need to do is, so we're not going to come in here, right? Oil spout, this is fine. What I should do is actually check an area. If there's water in the area, don't do it at all. But that's a, oh man, do I want to do that? We should. We really, really should. How about we do... I'm going to have this water check 1 and 1. How do we want to do this? I'm open to suggestions.
I'm having an issue with the chat, so I don't know. Can somebody else post another message just to see if it's working? Would really suck if YouTube's chat system went down right now. Oh, okay. I guess it's back for me.
Okay. So if the block right above is water, ignore. What I want to try to prevent is I don't want it to generate anywhere near water. I just don't. I just think that it would be too much of a royal pain in the ass to have to fix all of the subtle problems. Because remember, as soon as you try to place a block where the water and the oil meet, you're going to get this massive loop of the sludgy gravel, and it will start to build up on the bottom until it covers, right? I could remove the gravel. Is there a different block in the other room building my custom loop?
I think he said somewhere what he was working on.
I know he's working on a server. So what I could do is instead of making sludgy gravel, make a block that doesn't care about physics. But I looked through like all the blocks in the base game, and survival block types, stone, right? I don't soil. There's sludgy gravel in here, right here. Cooking. Oh, nice. Custom. Ooh, water cooling loop. I remember back when water cooling was like, there was like no products and it was all like hobbyist. Everything was super expensive. There was no like consumer grade stuff way back in like the mid 90s. People were trying to water cool their stuff. I think back to that going, oh man. So yeah, like I don't know. I think like every block alone, like muddy gravel, like any gravels are going to be unstable falling, right? So sludgy gravel is what I'm using now. Unstable falling. And it's really loud and annoying when it happens, which is why I'm trying to eliminate the water and oil meeting in general. So what we could do, we check this. We check the block right above. If it's water, we return false. And I think what we're going to have to do is check the north, east, south, west. Grab those surfaces, grab those blocks, and see if any of those are water, and go some distance away. And I think like 4 blocks away. I think. So this is going to be kind of a crazy system because I want to do it without instantiating many objects. So get block will return error. The problem is liquid code might be null. Water block 1 dot ID does not equal 0, and water block 1 dot liquid code equals water. I mean, the odds of it being, I don't know. Is lava even on the surface? I have no idea. Water block dot ID does not equal 0, which means it's not air. Because if this returns air, it's going to be 0. So if its ID is not, if it is equal to 0, it doesn't even check this because there's an and. It sees, oh, it's an and, skip this, because if this is false, it doesn't matter what this is. It skips it. So what I want to do is I want to, this is going to be nasty code if I want to do this efficiently. So we're going to do block water block north equals access dot get block new block position and this is XYZ. So the X. So if this is going to be north, get block. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to do this without being really nasty. I thought there was. Well, I think water can spawn over the surface. I don't think I've ever seen lava. Maybe there's a landform of like a volcanic area that has more lava on it. I'm trying to figure out a efficient way of doing this, and I don't know if there is. Because each position, northeast, southwest, would have if it's the bottom of a lake, then northeast, southwest, that specific Y level may be rock, where the surface or the water is actually further up. So I'm just trying to. What I want to do is I'm looking at the center, and I want to offset the center, but I also need to offset the Y level because I need the surface. So I need basically I need to offset them. I guess I can't think right now. I'm going to have to think about this for a second. I'm going to take a quick bio break, and I'll be right back. All right. So, tangent time. Look what I found. This thing has been missing for a year and a half. I have not been able to find this. This is the cat's 100% favorite toy. It's the only one she actually plays with. I don't know why. Like, I have no idea. I've got her half a dozen other little toys. Doesn't even come close to this. She loves this thing. And we'll play fetch with it. If I throw this into the kitchen, she'll go and play with it and then bring it right back, and I'll throw it again. Like, the only toy that she does this with, and it was missing for a year and a half. Now you think to yourself, why? How did you find this? Well, this is a journey that I went on in the last few days. I think it was Saturday. I think it was after the stream. I don't think I mentioned this on the stream Saturday because I didn't discover it. I discovered that I've had some uninvited guests. Yes, if it dates all the way back, I don't know if this is the one she was playing with, but it's the one she plays fetch with, where I would throw it and she'd bring it. Like, it's literally been missing for at least a year. I think it was a year and a half, but it's a year and a quarter at least, because it was very shortly after that it went missing. So I discovered that I've been host to some uninvited guests, and I discovered this because I had bought the cat a bag of cat food here a couple weeks ago because I was getting low and I wanted to make sure to have some, because I know if I ran out, she would eat me instead. That's a given. And in order to prevent her from chewing into the bag, which she's done, I put it in my cupboard. Well, I go to get the bag after the stream last week, and I think it was last Saturday, and there's a little nibble out of the bag. There's a little corner of it nibbled out. And then I look into the cabinet, and there's 2 holes burrowed through the sheetrock. In the back of the cabinet, there's two little bitty hole burrowed into the sheetrock. And then there's another one burrowed through the bottom of the cabinet. So I'm like, God damn it. Right? The cat is literally not pulling her weight. Not pulling her weight. So while I was down with a flashlight into the cabinet, I looked between the stove. So my kitchen is tiny, and my stove is nestled up to the edges of the cabinet. And I thought the bottom of the cabinet, right? The what do you call it? The kick, right? The foot kick, the bottom of the cabinet that's inset. There's a thing there. I thought it turned the corner into the butt end of the stove, but it didn't. The end of the cabinet just goes into the wall, and the stove covers that. And this toy was in that little nook between there. And I didn't look there because I thought the cabinet butted into the thing. I didn't think it actually went in. So that's ironically where the mice were burrowed into the cabinet. I found the little mousy toy. The ultimate in irony, right? It wasn't the toy that burrowed through the sheetrock. So I went out and got some mouse traps. And it's interesting. They're like big versions of those like chip bag clips that you put on chip bags. They're just big versions of that. And I went and got a couple different brands, and I set them up on like Sunday night. I set them up in the kitchen, and then I took my dinner into the living room, and I was watching TV, and I kid you not, within an hour, snap. I got one. And then Monday night, Tuesday morning I come out. Tuesday morning I check again right away in the morning, and there's 2 more in there. That had gotten a very, very shocking surprise when they tried to lick peanut butter off of these little plastic. But when I bought these mouse traps, I was like the little spring loaded jaws that close down. I like put my thumb in there. I was like, oh, it's how is this gonna is the mouse just gonna like get caught in here and like jump around and drag this thing around? Like, I didn't think that the thing was strong enough to kill a mouse, but oh, it was. I grossly underestimated, or I grossly overestimated the toughness of a mouse's body. Because I had this whole like Tom and Jerry thing going on in my head, like this whole Tom and Jerry thing of like the mice being like mischievous and smart, but no, they just snap and it's just like crush. And I know everybody's like, oh, like, why did you kill them? It's like, screw them. There's plenty of mice in the world. I'm not worried about them. I just want them out. Nor would I like take them outside and dump them off, because that just transfers the problem to my neighbors, and that's just mean.
Oh, and not to mention, if they don't find somewhere to live, well, then they're just going to starve to death.
They're either going to starve to death, they're going to get hit by a neighbor cat or a hawk. Like a quick snap death, it would be far preferable than being eaten alive by another cat.
Yep.
Because a cat would be like, I'm going to eat you now, and I don't care if you're dead or alive. Like, I would rather kill it quick than have a hawk pick it up, drag it to a nest, and have its baby birds like peck at it for an hour. Like, Jesus Christ, that'd be a horrible way to go. So yeah, quick, bam, you're done. Goodbye. I think is way preferable. But like, I looked at my cat and I was like, this is your job. Like, how do I have a cat in the house? And she's just like, nah. Like, how are these mice outsmarting my cat? And my cat is really dumb, but you know, we love her. But anyway, it's just funny. So yeah, I've got a total of 3 of them now. I don't know where they came from. I honestly don't know where they came from. I'm on the 2nd floor of this unit. Like, I don't know if they've got little mouse ladders in the walls or what, but you know, it is what it is. I'm hoping to catch as many as I possibly can. Those traps are still set. And anyway, so I was in the bathroom thinking about this problem, and I think I figured out for each block facing face, nope, not face, B face in block facing dot horizontals. So horizontals northeast, southwest. For each block face in block facing dot horizontals. Yep. It was it's one of my, I go on tangents. I should have a little button that says tangent or something like that. But yeah, I just wanted to show like the fact that I found the toy and it was right next to where the actual mice were. I just thought that was kind of ironic. And the fact I've now played fetch with her several times with this. I don't want to do it too often because she'll get sick of it, but she loves this damn toy. She loves it. And I don't know why. Why this toy and not the 10 others that I've bought her. So yeah, the whole like the mice thing, like it was funny when I saw the little hole in the sheetrock. I was like, that's either a monstrously sized cockroach, which would be strange in this area, or a mouse. But having never dealt with them before, my thought was like, well, this isn't the cool like arch thing that you see in cartoons. Like, this isn't the Tom and Jerry like mouse hole that you see. Like, it's funny how that's like what I thought in my head was like this is what would be like, but no, it's just like it was just a burrowed hole into the side of the sheetrock. And I thought my first reaction when I saw that was like, that must have tasted horrible, biting their way through the sheetrock. Like, oh god, that's disgusting. A mouthful of sheetrock, like gypsum, like ugh, that's just nasty. All right. So for each block face in horizontals, I'm hoping to take block position 2 to check equals position. Okay, so now we're going to go position of the well dot add copy of the face. So we're taking this is why I'm doing this in a loop, so I don't have to redo all this code over and over and over again. This is going to check the northeast, southwest, add copy, right, is going to offset it in the direction. Now, is there an add copy of a face and a yes, facing and length? Okay, that's good. Facing, let's go 5 blocks. Right? North 5 blocks. Is that too many? I think that's, no, let's go 4. Because the radius, remember the radius of the pool is very close or equal to the radius of the bubble underneath, right? So the bigger the pool on the surface, generally the bigger the bubble underneath. Because I just used the same radius with a little twist. Okay, so now position.add copy, we're offsetting it on that face. Now we need the position.y equals to access dot get terrain height at to check plus 1. Remember, we need to go up 1. So we're taking the y. We're looking at the position of the thing. We're offsetting it to some face. Then we're going to offset it high to the surface plus 1. And that gives us the y. I could... I don't think I need to do a copy here. The copy ensures that we're not changing the position. If I just do position.add, it would add it to position. You don't want to do that. You want to copy. Otherwise, you're changing your position, and oh my god, it would get messed up. So position.y get terrain height plus 1. Block B check, whatever, block check equals access.get block if B check.id equals 0. Let's do not equal to 0 and B check.liquid code equals water. Return false. Right? Same process we're going. This one checks the one above. And yes, I could... The block facing horizontals, you could do just block facing all, but then I would also check the down. And I don't want to check the down, so I check the up. Then I check northeast, southwest, 4 blocks away, up to the height, and then to check here. Now, the other thing we could probably do, access position.y is surface y. The other thing I've noticed when I look at these terrain generations is there's so many examples that I found where the spout spawned right on the edge of a giant cliff, right? And the pool, because I offset the pool depending on the height, the pool was like just this crazy thing, right? So what I think I could do here is also check the surface y, because I get this y here. I could check these two y values, and I can do if position.y minus surface y is greater than 4. All right. Let me talk about this line of code. I'm taking the y position of our offset, and I take the surface of the spout, and I look at the y position of the offset. If that y position exceeds 4 blocks, right? The math.absolute gives you the positive value, regardless of the subtraction, which might be negative, right? The position.y might be lower. And if you're taking like 50 minus 60, right? If you're taking 50 minus 60, that's minus 10. Well, the absolute value of that is 10, right? It flips that negative to a positive. That's what absolute value is. And it just says if the difference between these two exceeds 4 blocks, if it's greater than 4 blocks, return false. Don't spawn it. So that looks at the terrain kind of around the spout, and if the terrain is not copacetic, if it's not good, then just skip it. Because I saw way too many examples of the craziest like hillside spawns that you ever saw. And it just further sort of limits, where they spawn, how they spawn, and the types of terrain they spawn in. And it just makes sure that they spawn on relatively flat terrain. They could still spawn on the very top of a mountain. I'm not discounting that. I could. Now, here's another question, everybody. This is the benefit of being part of the live streams. Y'all get to have feedback on these features. Should I Y limit the surface to prevent it from spawning on a mountaintop, right? Cat pheromones, Jesus. I don't want to turn the cat on. I have a little spray bottle of catnip.
Pheromones is a wide category. It doesn't necessarily turn them on. It's kind of like ants. They use pheromones for pathing and stuff.
But have you ever seen a cat rub its chin on things? Like I have most of the corners of like my hallway and stuff. Most of the corners are like worn off because the cat rubs her chin. That's actually spreading her pheromones. There's little scent glands in their face. That's why they do that. So she has her own pheromones to do that. I'm sure if I sprayed other cats' pheromones around, she would not be happy. So do we prevent oil deposits from spawning on the tops or Y levels? Because we would have to figure out, like, okay, we don't want to hard code the Y level, because what if their world isn't 256? What if it's 512? Right? Then sea level is like much higher. Sea level is like, I think default sea level is where would sea level be? Sea level sea level. Where? Follow sea level. Oh, Lord. There it is. Terra Gen Config. Right? So 110 is the default. I don't know. Let's look to see if this is assigned. Load game pre. Sea level equals this percent times map size Y. So this giant 43.137.259 or 2549019676078% of Y. Which I'm probably, if I were to guess, and you would take 110 divided by 255, is pretty much that number. I mean, it's close. 43137259. 72549. Yeah, with several other decimal points. That's way like that's a pretty massively specific decimal place for that. But anyway, so yeah, it's 110 divided by 255, which is the default. And so if you do map size Y, so Terra Gen Config.sea level, we could say. Right, we could say if Y exceeds, I don't know, what would be a good range for that? Hmm. $50 blocks? That'd be 160 height. That's pretty high. 30 blocks. If damn it. If surface Y minus Terra Gen Config.sea level, and again we want to do math.absolute is greater than, let's say 40. Return false. So this just looks at the actual like point that we're checking, and above this, if the surface Y exceeds 40 blocks away from sea level, which, I mean, we don't have to worry about ocean depth because we're already checking water. And let's just check really quick. Saltwater code. Liquid cold saltwater. Liquid code contains water. Liquid code contains water. I know everybody's streaming Satisfactory right now, and if I were one to jump on bandwagons, then I would. But we are definitely going to be playing it on Saturday. So just to let everybody know that we're definitely going to be playing it on Saturday, and hopefully we're going to get multiplayer to work. And Joe, if you can spin up a server and get it working, we might even use the server. But I would definitely want possible access to the server, being able to remote into it. I'm not guaranteed. I don't absolutely have to have that, but when it comes to like servers and stuff, I want to be able to, download the world backups and stuff just to be able to share them with other patrons. Okay, let's see here. So this, if we're over 40 blocks are over beyond sea level, then ignore it. If we have water, because I think boiling water is also a thing, but I think, yeah, boiling water. So they all contain the word water, which is good. So .contains it's a string comparison, probably a pretty expensive function because it's comparing like, is this string anywhere in here? So it just looks at, it's probably efficient, but it's still it's not a very simple. If I was looking at a single character, that would be a thing. But if the liquid code that contains water on either one of these, then ignore it. If the sea level, if we're not ideal there, ignore it. And this function ignores it as well. And is also with this, if the terrain around the spawn or around the spout is like if it's too much, right? If it's too jagged, then also ignore it. Okay, so then we check to see if it's large with just a float, and then set block here. And then I want to go in here. Let's see. There's one other thing. The BE I want to do init deposit is large. Min deposit blocks. See, if it's large, I just multiply by 2 the blocks. But that doesn't guarantee that your minimum deposit, which is by default 1,500, should I, if it's a large deposit, instead of multiplying it by 2, should I change what variables are used here? Because I've noticed that there are some large deposits that are, let's say like 6,000 blocks. There are some large deposits that are 6,000 blocks, and then some normal deposits that are like 60,000 blocks. So the large deposits should absolutely be large, right? They should be huge deposits. So that tells me long min blocks equals min deposit blocks. If is large, min blocks equals max deposit blocks divide, or let's do multiplied. I'm kind of thinking this through. Max, if it's large, right? I want to limit the minimum blocks to say 80%. I don't. Oh, I hate this. Max deposit blocks times 80%. So we're still. So max deposit blocks by default is 200,000. But 80% of that is what? 160,000. So if it's large, our minimum is 160,000. So this could be min blocks. And then long max blocks equals max deposit blocks. If is large, max blocks times equals, or times, yeah, times equals 2. And then we can remove this, and this will be instead max blocks. Max blocks plus 1. Because the int value, it does not include max value. It includes min value, but doesn't include max. So if we want to get up to max, we just need to add 1 to max. We don't want to add 1 down here because that would actually add 2 because we multiply it. But this just makes sure that we are including max blocks in the next int64. And if you notice, this actually uses a different rand than this rand. This rand does not include this call, next int. It doesn't include it. So we just grab the world, the random. It's threaded. It's good to go. We just pull an int64 between min value and max value, and this will tighten up. If it's the rare large deposit, it will tighten up that range to be much better, right? Much better, where you'll be able to pull a lot of fluid out. And again, the values that we're using are being pulled from here. So if you want to tune, right, max deposit, min deposit, if you want to tune these, you can tune these to whatever. And what also you could do is define variance on this, right? There's no variance with this block, right? Crude oil well doesn't have variance, but I could easily define variance with this. And instead of attributes, you just do attributes by type, and voila, you have now variance that have separate attributes, right? You could have attributes like oil block code and portion code. Those would be the same for everybody. But then you could have attributes by type, and you could have a crude oil well dash large, and then you could have like lots. You could retune it. I'm not sure that I would have to recode a little bit in the background because we are spawning the same block code, which doesn't include a variant. Or you could define your own and add your own well place block, and then you just include, you just derive it from the oil well interface, and the pump jack would see it. You could do all your own generation. You could build it however you want, and then the oil well defines the init deposit, and it defines the pump tick. And the pump tick is the important one. This is what the pump jack is going to call. And so this is just a really simple function that just grabs the fluid. The PPS is not power per second, it's portions per second, right? Portions per second in this instance. And then you just deliver the portions. Or the trickle, depending on how many trickles there are. The trickle portions is trickle portions per second, basically. Everything is per second because of delta time. Okay, now, and then the tree attributes here, I'm syncing the fluid portions with the client. This is essentially what this is doing, is saving to disk the fluid portions and also syncing it with the client. So the fluid portions are saved. And then when you look at it, the get block info right now, I don't have it localized, but when you look at it, it actually tells you how many liters are remaining. Okay, so now let's build it. If you build it. Everybody should be able to name that movie. If you build it. Let's see. Yeah, let's try it.
The Last Starfighter. That's it, right?
Oh my God, no.
And yes, it's Field of Dreams.
Speaking of, may he rest in peace, James Earl Jones. Passed away on Monday.
Yeah, it's true. Unfortunately.
He was in that movie. He was the writer.
Actually, I don't remember that.
Yeah, he was the writer that Kevin Costner went and met.
I did not know that.
Yep.
I knew he had a pretty wide range, but
yeah, he was the guy who basically stepped onto the field and like wasn't he the guy that he was the guy that basically like stepped on the field and like turned into one of the people. I think it was him. I know he was in the movie. But anyway, okay.
I think it's been like 2 decades since I've seen that, so
yeah, we gotta figure out a way to debug the render. I did debug the server ticks, and I saw no lag spikes in the server ticks at all. So I don't think it's the server tick. I think it's a rendering lag. But I don't know of anything in the mod, right, that renders that would cause that. So I'm at a loss at the moment of why there is a lag spike like that. Okay, so TPWP Texas T. All right, now if we want to test this, what I can do, just as debug, wgen regen 2. They disappeared. Where did they go? Well, they went because we regened the terrain right here. Right. So this is a consequence of me drastically lowering the probability of them generating. But let's go over here. We got a few over here. Let's just regen again. Any of them around? No, we don't see any of them around. Okay, so obviously I'm going to have to bump them back up. This is why they were so. This is why I had this at like 0.05, just because it was like, I need them to actually generate to be able to test it. Otherwise, it's really hard to test if they're not actually generating. Okay, now wgen. This is wgen is world gen, by the way. World gen regen 2. 2 is the radius of the number of chunks around you. So you want to keep that number small. Like 1, I think will just generate the chunk you're in. 2 will regenerate 9 chunks, right? The chunk you're in plus all the chunks around you. 3 is a lot. That's like 25 chunks. Okay, so this is a problem. bcheck.liquid code. Okay. That is a thing that we can check. And water block 1.is liquid. And bcheck bcheck.is liquid and This is why we debug, everybody. Because, yeah, crash bugs, not good. Now, am I going to be down in the desert or am I going to be back at my base? Depending on when it's saved, we'll see. I am in the desert, I think. Yes, I am in the desert. Not exactly in the same spot I was in, but again, if somebody knows a foolproof way of having the of having that not do that, I would be more than welcome. WGen regen 2. Really? Nada? Okay. Yeah, see, rainfall is very rare. Good, good, good. Oh, come on. Ooh, you know what that is? Or no, it disappeared. Aha! I regenerated it, so it disappeared. That was a meteor right there. So I have the mod that makes meteors emit particles. Okay, so why is nothing spawning? We need to put a breakpoint on here. And we need to say, hey, position is 3. Okay, surface Y is 117. Sea level is 110. 117 minus 110 is 7. Water check block is air. Good, good, good. We're fine with that. And then it should possibly maybe run here. Good, good, good. Means everything checked out. W is large is going to be false. Set block. We're going to initialize. Good, good, good. And then we're going to run the cursor and F5. And yeah, we are spawning them. Where might you be spawning, sir? I just regen just two chunks. You can see, yeah, chunks are like way bigger than in Minecraft, so it's deceptive. But this, right? This is oil down here. I can tell. But for some reason yeah, if we regen in here, this should disappear completely. Yeah. It should not generate them there. I think this definitely regened. So this should be good to go. Where's the spout? Why? What? How is the spout? I'm sorry, what happened here? There's the bubble. Something must have aired out here. Jesus. There it is. No, there's no... What? What the hell? How did this spawn? It spawned a bubble, but not the spout. And not the well block. Is this a major problem? I wish I could... I don't have any code in there to force. How is this granite? That's why. Right there. That's what happened. I was literally changing the position. The Y position. Not the check position. Why didn't y'all tell me that? Yeah. I was changing the wrong variable, which is why the spout wasn't being made. This is fine, position and position, because I'm basing that off of the actual position. So that water check needs to be done that way. But this position, I'm offsetting this position here. Let's do that again. Where's my lamp? Why is it super dark right here? But we have the thing now. I think. Yes. There it is. And I can tell I'm in fluid still, because you can see my air going down. So that fixed that little problem. And this should have the well at the bottom, which has... Woo! That's a lot. 190,000 liters. Oop. Do that. So that's 19,000... No. That's 190,000 blocks. That is very close to the max size deposit, which is kind of funny. I could scale it by the bubble size. There's a lot of little math quirks that you could do. You know, generate lower radius, right? This is a tiny little deposit with 190,000 blocks underneath. But the randomness of it, I think, is okay. It's not ideal, but it's okay. So let's go back over here and see if we can't get a large deposit to generate, just to see how crazy the size of the deposit is. So let's do random gen regen 2. Oh, come on. Really? Not one deposit. Not one? What is that black square right there? That black square is literally nothing. Why did this generate as a black square? I don't understand. Is this being called at all right here? Oh, there's one that's not being generated. 4. That is being generated. Okay. Surface Y is 111. Good. Water check. Shouldn't have any water around us. Air, which is fine. $110. Air, that's fine. $114. 11. Air, that's again fine. $115. Air. Air. So where did that spawn? Is this down here? Is this what it spawned? This is the only one that's close. The this has to be the one that spawned. Oh, Jesus. I moved into a new area, so it literally probably went down here to try to spawn one. A decent sized bubble. And we are 100,000 blocks. Oh, God, I did it again. Get me some air. This one, yeah. See the ridge here. I don't do a lot on the surface. I want to spawn another big one. I want another big one to spawn. But because I'm not sure why I'm not seeing any more big ones spawn. They should be spawning. Why are there none that are spawning? I'm just gonna go all out and go 3 this time. There's one. Oh. There's your... This is why I wanted them away from the water. There we go. And I could probably... I don't know. Is there any other way of doing this than sizzle? Like... I don't think it should sizzle like that, but... Anyway. Yeah, again with the grass, I really, really wish I could figure this out. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But typically, usually, all you need to do is, like, cause a block update somewhere. Usually, sort of. Maybe. Anyway. If I do that, and maybe not do that. Wow, this thing is still in my... Yeah. I have the time scale on this game, on this test world. I have the time scale way, way skewed. Yeah, that should... So it should react, right? It should react to it, but... Anyway, let's go down. Holy mo! Look at the size of this bubble. Oh, I like it. I like it. Just glorious. I could have it not clear the ore, but you know what? Ore is infinite, so I don't care about that. And this is 300. No. Yeah. Was that 329,000 blocks? So the liters, remember, you just divide it by 100. Yeah. So, big. I just wanted to verify that the large version was actually large. Which is good. And then if you want to, so the it's not a perfect circle up here, as you can see. It's not a perfect circle. And it's a dead simple, right? It's a dead simple way of doing that. Granted, there's no like cool tendrils that go off. That would be a whole different nightmare. But all I did was when the pool is generated, it skips like 15% of the location. That's all I did. And so it just kind of makes it jagged, sort of a random jagged edge around. Okay. And the opacity, again, the opacity of the block will be updated in 1.20 because Tyrone added a feature that allows you to control the opacity of something with the texture rather than the shader flags, which right now are not really editable. I could set this to lava. When you set it to is lava true, it makes it opaque, completely opaque. But I don't want it. I want it just slightly see-through, and there's no way to do that right now. So that will change and update going forward. Okay, I think. Oops. The other thing I did with this version is, I added another generator to WorldGen, and we can look at this here. So here's the generation for the crude oil well, as I've covered before. But I also created one for lava. And I created one for crude oil itself. So I took basically the crude oil mod, which I will depreciate after this release comes out, or basically going forward. 1.20, 1919 is basically the last. I'm not going to update that mod anymore because this is all the functionality and then some, right? It's doing it and it's even better. So the generator for crude oil, just like in the regular version of the mod, the standalone version, will generate in deeper than normal sedimentary rock, right? The rock has to be at least near the midpoint of the rock, right? So you have the 110 default depth of the rock, and you go 60% from the bottom, right? Y relative position, Y position relative is relative to your generator follow sea level. So follow sea level is a hard-coded value. There's another one called follow surface, and that is whatever the surface is, then it offsets from that. But the surface, mountains and peaks, and the surface could be anywhere. So like a follow surface would be like quartz. You can find quartz anywhere. Follow sea level is just depth from normal sea level, and then the Y relative position is from the bottom up, not from the top down. So a 0 value here is the very bottom of the world, whereas a 1 value here is the surface. So this is saying crude oil will spawn between 0.4 and 0.8%, or basically 40 to 80% in the world. Somewhere in there, tries per chunk, I can lower this, but only in sedimentary rock. And sometimes sedimentary rock is only the very surface of the rock. So sometimes it just doesn't it just doesn't spawn deep enough, right? But if it does, then I think I'm gonna dial this down to maybe to 4. And then when it does spawn, it's a pretty decent amount. But there will be no indication on the surface, really. There will be a little bit of an indication. I did set if there's bituminous coal on the surface, right? The little rocks, the little pebbles on the ground. If bituminous coal is on the surface, that could be an indication of oil or coal. Like it could be either one, but if it's oil, it also can spawn bituminous coal, and I can also change the chance. So as far as like prospecting goes, the only indication on the surface would be if you find little bituminous coal nuggets on the surface, that could be an indication. Otherwise, the crude oil wells will be obvious, right? And that will be a finite position. The crude oil in general will not have an infinite, right? If you're looking for like a big source of oil, like an industrial scale, the wells will be where it's going to go. But the lava, I wanted to include lava in the generation because I want the option of lava to be used in crafting recipes. And it just does not spawn in large enough quantities to dictate the use of it, right? And so I'm adding lava here with not very many tries per chunk. And again, it's going to be very, very deep, between literally 5% to 25% depth. I think I might even 5% to 10% of the depth. Now we got to decide as a community what types of rock can spawn lava, right? What are we gonna cover in that? Now, what I could do is, instead of actually spawning lava, I could create a block that is the lava pool generator that just generates lava pools underground and doesn't actually place its own block, right? Sort of like the well. The well is an actual block that's placed. I could create a block that, when placed, or when the terrain gen places it or tries to place it, it doesn't actually place it, but it does generate the pool, right? And this is how I'm guessing a lot of like Minecraft features are generated, is there is something that triggers the generation, but that you don't actually see it. Because it's the pools and stuff are generated too perfectly for that. Or we just decide the volumes or the types of rock, right? So I defaulted it to basalt. And so if basalt is the type of rock that's super, super deep, then it will generate in that space. But the problem is, basalt is actually a pretty rare block. Granite is by far the most common rock deep in the ground. By far. Like, I have found more granite layers than anything else. So if we limit it to basalt, like, do we, is that fine? Because again, the surface block, I do put obsidian on the surface as those little pebbles, again, those little loose rocks, as an indication that there's lava underneath. But you have to go really deep to get to it. So it's kind of an exploration thing. I want to encourage, if lava is going to be a big recipe ingredient, if we're going to do a lot with it, including power generation, by the way, which is one of the main reasons why I'm doing this. Hint, hint. Power generation, there's going to be a lava option for that because it's hot. Why not use it? This is one of those, like, we need to find some of this stuff. And lava, if you pump enough of it, can be infinite. So it encourages people to go out and find resources, enough lava for a pool of 10,000, right? As soon as you have 10,000 in a pool, it's infinite. And then you can just pump it. So yeah, I want to encourage that, but basalt can be hard to find, right? There's no, the bottom layer of rock in the world, there's no real indication of what that is, which is one of the reasons I made the rock sniffer. When the rock sniffer just reports on the blocks, the rock blocks underneath you, and so you can prospect for the right types of rock, right? If you're looking for kimberlite, if you're looking for peridot, if you're looking for all these different types of rock and they're at the bottom of the world, the rock sniffer will make that far, far easier for you. Otherwise, there's no indication as to what rock types there are under. So if lava is there, then it will possibly, there's a chance of obsidian stones on the top. But the other thing about these deposits, which is why I'm on the fence about whether or not to make a block that does the spawning similar to the lava thing, is it's not a cave. It won't generate in a cave. it just replaces the basalt, right? So this essentially says if there's basalt, then replace it with obsidian, but don't actually remove any blocks above it and make a cave out of it that you can explore. Just replace some basalt blocks with lava blocks. That's all it does. And if there's not basalt, then it won't even touch it. So the deposit will just follow the vein of basalt. Now this is actually working. It does generate the lava, but I don't know in my test world. Does anybody know offhand? And hey, Ray, does anybody know how to do like an X-ray, like look through the terrain to see like what's in there? I'd love to be able to look at the X-ray, just like spectator mode, and just I don't know how to do that. There's probably a way to do it, but I don't know how. So we could do basalt, or we could do something else. Kimberlite would be the other one, but I'm really hesitant to do it with Kimberlite because in the vanilla game, it's the only place diamonds appear, and I'd rather not override the finding of diamonds in the default game. Granted, you can, in the Ores of Plenty mod, I added diamonds to basalt, so you still have the problem. But if I think the ore is generated before the deposit, I think these added generators are generated after the game like spawns everything, which is why the grass appears on the top of my oil blocks, because all of that stuff is spawned and generated, and then my spawner comes in and changes it. So the lava may just spawn after the fact, and it won't replace ore because that is a different tag, right? Rock dash basalt is not, right? Rock dash basalt dash diamond dash medium, or whatever the code is to diamond ore is not rock dash basalt. It's something else. So I could add other variants of rock here, or other modders could do it too. So lava is added. You would just have to find a large enough terrain area of basalt to find a big enough pool to be able to pump it. Okay, so I would like to try and figure out what did I change here? File recent. I need to Worldgen deposits, crude oil well. I need to set this. Let's set this to 0.1. And set this. I don't know. I don't want to forget to set this, so I'm just going to set this to 0.25. It'll make them much more rare. A tiny fraction more rare. From 0.5 to 0.025 is like an eighth, maybe, of what it was. But yeah, by default. And then the desert, they're going to be far, far, far more common. Okay. I just didn't want to forget that, because if I put out a weekly update, right, the in my members only, any feature that's being worked on, I try to get it polished for the week and then put out a weekly update version for anybody that wants to play it and test it and, explore. So I don't want to put it out there and then have hundreds of oil wells spawning in people's worlds. It probably wouldn't be a good idea. Okay. I want to figure out how to debug client lag. Okay, I'm looking at the wiki. There's a debugging performance issues. I want to figure out what possibly could be causing the frame rate lag. Because if we look, let's load up the game, and I'm getting a lot of light from that monitor because reasons. And the charger is ready. Charger is my next project. Charger is next on the to-do list. I just had to punch this oil thing out to get it out of my brain. I'm getting a lot of light from the other monitor, so I know I'm probably like even whiter than normal. Okay, so that so I was doing slash debug. So I need to do dot debug. So dot debug log ticks 20 if you are usually above 60 FPS, or dot debug log ticks 40 if you're usually above 30 FPS. So we need to check F5. So Control F3 is it will show you the spikes, right? So let me just get in here. So I confirmed that they're not a server lag spike. It's a client lag spike in the renderer. There's only a couple things rendering, right? My number one worry about this lag spike is the catenary mod. That's my number one worry. But I have a stopwatch object in there. If the render call to the catenary mod exceeds a certain threshold, it should spit out a log file entry, but it's not. So what is going on there? So we're going to do TP-WP test base, zip back to the base. I don't want to do any shenanigans with performance right now. Okay. Let the game sort of load everything in all around us here. Good. Now, if we do Control F3, you can see the FPS line there. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Let's look at all the values. Now, watch that red line. You see it? Off the mark. Like what? It's literally going off the screen. I can hide my ugly mug here. Give you a better. Here's another one. What is causing that? I don't know. So, we usually are above 60. So I need to do a log ticks. Dot debug log ticks 20. Ooh, this is gonna be brutal. Okay, so I'm gonna bump up my speed. Okay, so dot debug log ticks 20, and then do it again. because remember, it's dumping something in the log every 20 milliseconds, and so you want to do that as little as possible. Okay, so Control F3, save and leave. I've been afraid of doing this. For days and days, weeks. I've been afraid of this process because this could easily be very, very bad. Okay, so logs, I do believe it is client debug. Let it run and then send us client main. Client main. Open with code. Load. All right. Log tick. Load chunk. $102. This is a
You don't have your webcam on?
yeah.
Is that
Well, I turned it off to show the debug log ticks thing.
Okay.
So I turned it off just like 2 minutes ago. Is the log ticks thing. So this doesn't give me any more information than load chunk. I thought this was actually give me, more than just load chunk. God, I have to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. All right. I don't know why this would be like 500. That's almost 600 milli. That's over half a second to call load chunk. And it doesn't happen when I'm away. When I'm away from my test base. It just doesn't happen. So well, that's nice to see. What in God's name happened here? This is like some server started. This that kind of concerns me. What is doing that? It's nothing on my code because this is literally loading shapes. I don't know what would cause that. That's scary. So the only thing I can think of that would really no. This has nothing to do. Why is there a bunch of nulls there? I have no idea. Slow to load items. Server debug. What I'm looking for is a possible, like, just thing that says, hey, this update took longer than normal. But I have no idea what that's all about. I mean, this is just basic loading of the game here. Then it dumps out like every single damn block. It's so much. There's so much stuff spit out in the log files in this game. It's crazy. But I'm also on developer mode, so that's part of it. There's remapping all IDs for reasons. Now this is finally actually starting all the systems. Save 699 bytes to container data. Like, it's not. There's nothing being spit out as far as like client issues. Not on the server anyway. Because remember, the electrical system is only being simulated on the server. The catenary wiring, which is a wholly different system, the rendering is only on the client, but it's saved on the server, the actual catenary data itself. So the only possible thing that I can think of that would cause this problem would be the chunk loading, updating the catenary data set. But there's only like 1,500 bytes at most, 1,697 bytes. That's it for the catenary data. So, and the whole data set is sent up. I don't think I have any specific. I don't know if there's a way to drill down Yeah, there's nothing in here about like how to. Control F10. Load chunk. I knew it had to be something to do with chunks, but I don't think in my code. All right, let's close all the crude oil stuff. I do need to update the pump with some special catches. But for now, let's look at electrical. I'm so afraid of going into this because I've been hearing that there's a bug with the wiring. I don't know 100%. As much as I've tested it, I've never come across it, but Catenary mod itself, I don't think I have anything in here regarding chunk loading. I have start client side, start server side, game world save. So nothing in here about chunks itself. Only when your save game is loaded does it grab the data. So load chunk from packet. My guess is this. This is the string, I think, that's being. Yeah. That's the string that's being written out. This is the only place that I can feasibly imagine that string is being written. Right? Load chunk. This is the enqueued task. So why is this then taking that amount of time? Load chunk MT. Overload means it already exists, which means that's basically like when a chunk changes, it gets saved to disk and re-empted with clients. This seems to only happen when I move into a new area and new chunks load on the periphery, like way outside the range. It seems like that's where this is coming from. So the load chunk I don't know what MT is supposed to be. Multi-threaded, maybe? Load chunk MT multi-thread? Wow, look at that. See, priority false. No, false, false. What is priority? And then relight, sun relight, on retessellated, fire dirty event, and edge only. Wow. All the mini dimension stuff, I don't even want to think about that right now. Another reason why I want to hold off doing the multi-block system as long as possible. Newly loaded. I'm not sure why I would say chunk is dirty, but I think it would be. It's marking it dirty basically just to re-render it, like add it to the rendering pool. That's my guess. It forces it to re-render it. Trigger chunk loaded. So something in this tree is causing lag. But again, I don't think there's anything in my mod. I don't know of anything in here that would massively affect like super distant chunks. I just don't think it. So let's do a quick test. I just want to see. Because it could be down. If anybody has experience in their game, if you have Vintage Engineering and you have a base, test this out. It really gets, it's exacerbated with the Angel Belt because you're actually flying smoothly. But so the first thing is it the wiring? Where there wire cutters. Hey, give me. Clear that. Wires everywhere. Just spilling them all over the place. Alright. I don't think I have any more wires anywhere. Not a single hitch. I want to verify all these have no network. There's a little, I've been feeling a little, I don't know if you've been catching that. There's a little bit of lag. So I'm just like, (101). 101. Yep, there's a little bit there. Well, let's. Yep. Okay. So I'm feeling lag now, and let's just verify once again. Anybody? I'm hopefully my FPS on the stream is enough to where you can see the little lag spikes that we're experiencing. Yep. So now oh, my wires, give me my wires. Oh, I forgot this one. Gimme. So these should all report no network. No network. Yeah, see, this is I think this is a problem with having a test world, is sometimes these are if we have a crash or something in the middle, sometimes these things can kind of get scrambled. I'm just checking all the nodes. Okay. That reminds me, no network. Not feeling any spikes here. Zero bytes. So, what about this? I think it's the renderer. I think it's the renderer. I cannot be 100%. But why the renderer would... We have connections for chunk. It's the only real thing in this mod that interacts or depends on chunks at all. Really, it's the only thing. So on render frame, this is where the stopwatch comes in. And if the elapsed milliseconds, maybe I should tweak this. Connections per chunk. Wire connection and connections.value. Because remember, connections per chunk. Where is this thing being built? It's the only thing that interacts with chunks. Literally the only thing that interacts with chunks. But update wire meshes. If chunk position is set and does not exist in the dataset, update will be skipped. Who calls this? Boom, right here. I would bet you $100 this is what's doing it right here. I would bet this is what's causing it. Yeah. Newly loaded, right? If we look and we look at this. Do-do-do-do-do. Newly loaded. So why is this taking so long? Why is this taking so much time? And is there a way we could possibly... Is there a way we could possibly spin this off on a separate thread? Would it be possible? Because my guess is this is what's causing it. And wire renderer.update wire meshes. We go to the renderer. We got update wire meshes. It's loaded when the game loads. That's understandable. Wire data from server. So when we load, I think the server is running it fine, but we're literally when the server loads the chunk, it regenerates the list, and the data is sent as a packet, and then we generate on the client, right? So I'm wondering, like, mechanical network. How, man, see, this is why I was scared about this, because rendering stuff, not my strong position. I'm just not good at it. Mechanical, there it is. Mechanical network renderer. God, I don't like this at all. This is literally creating a renderer for each block. Because if you see on render frame, for each mechanical block renderer, it's passing render frame to each single one of them. I definitely don't want to add a renderer for each wire. That would be bad. How can we wire renderer. I was really hoping to find an instance of a queue task, right? Hmm. Something on the client side. Where we can load item shapes. Now, is there a multi-threaded process in here? If this.game.dispose, well, that's not good. Yeah, so he's got a few shape tesslayer manager.game.disposed. Client main. It's an internal, so that's probably a analyze. Is there a read by? Oh my god. There's no public. Internal means it's only accessible within the DLL that it's in. So we might have a different variable we can look at, but looking at this, load item shapes. So it spins this off on a different thread, right? Queue task. I already used this in 2 different places. No. One place? I know I use it for the pipe system. I spin off in the pipe system when you load the game, it builds the list for the pipe filters. I build a custom list for that. And so when you open a pipe filter and you type in a block name or something, it actually it doesn't build the list every time you open the UI because it would not be fast. So I just want to be sure that the task, right, update wire meshes on wire data. So this is definitely the client. The wire renderer holds a copy of this data so that it contains the mesh and VAO mesh refs. The server doesn't care about those. Okay, so this generates meshes and uploads them for rendering. Update wire mesh. So this is a pretty big function. So one thing we could do, we could possibly create a value that locks the renderer, right? This connections per chunk. This list is what this affects. And we really, really don't want to be in the middle of this for each and then change the number of values down here, right? If we throw this into another thread, right? If we basically go in here, wire render, if we call this in a separate thread, that means that variable, connections per chunk, will not only be changed, but it will originally be cleared and disposed of and then rebuilt. And if we're in the middle of rendering, remember, rendering is done, it's very, very fast, much faster than the game actually updates. This is going on in the background, rendering, and we change that list in the middle of this for each, the game would crash hard. I mean, it would be a really bad crash. So we need to essentially detect whether or not we're in the middle of doing this. So I think we could possibly create our own, I don't know, Boolean. This is probably, it's a Boolean disposed. We could probably possibly create a Boolean in there that is being updated. Let's try that. It could, again, this rendering stuff is not my forte. And I haven't touched this code in so long, but I've been wanting to fix this bug for a very long time. Private bool is connection updating equals false. This is kind of verbose. I know this variable name is a little long, but is connections updating, connections per chunk equals false. On render frame, what we want to do is, do we want to just bomb out right away? I think that would probably be if is connection updating return. We don't even want to touch it, but we also need this. We want this to break. Because if we come in here and we grab a connection, right? Now this variable has the connection. Coming through here, literally a millisecond could be in between these, right? If we're loading a chunk, at the very time we're running this, we're grabbing a connection, we're processing it. The next time we come through, this could be true, we're going to bomb out. Because this doesn't really do anything. It doesn't change any permanent value. It just renders the mesh. We already have the mesh ref. And we have the connection. We have the cons already. So if we get past this, in this instance, cons is set. We have that value. Now, I don't know if we change the parent, if the child, I don't know if it's a copy. So if this is a copy of that item, then it will be fine. If it's a reference to the item contained in here, then we have a problem. We have a big problem. This is where my this is where my experience, I really lack in my experience. Load shapes. I'm not seeing any renderer in here. Render texture. Oh, that's the different. Wrong thing. Render to primary. Oh, that's just queuing up, deleting a world. Queue task. Create search cache data. Yeah, this, I'm really hesitant to do this just because it's like, I mean, it hasn't triggered before because I think update wire meshes and render. I don't know if it's run on the same thread. Damn it. Here we go. I just want to break out of it completely if we're doing that. But I can't not stop, right? If we're in the middle of this, don't return, break out, because we have to do, if you don't run this, program.stop, I actually forgot to do this once. The game gets very angry. I'm going to make this 100 milliseconds. It should not take over 100 milliseconds to render all of this stuff. But what we want to do here is is connections updating equals true. Right, update wire message is only done on the client, right? It's only run on the client. So is connection updating true? Come down to the bottom. Make sure we are on the bottom. Is connection updating equals false? And let's just make sure we don't have a return in here that would skip actually updating it. Okay. I'm very, very worried about this. We got a little approach avoidance going on here. Now, come back and we say Tyrone thread pool dot queue task. This could be a complete disaster. This could be very, very bad. So I want to set expectations as low as possible. Because this could be very, very bad. We don't have any wires in. So let's first go around and make sure we didn't completely hose the thing. So far so good. Let's even speed us up. Is this really... Okay. As you can see, no major issues. Now, this could go horribly, horribly wrong. Oh, damn it. Trying to render an uninitialized mesh. Okay, let's look at this here. We have Catenary render on render frame, line 87. Bingo. Okay, why is it... Trigger render stage. If I close this, it should drop me to the line. Maybe. No, it'll probably try to get me to this. So, what about this process? Trying to render on an uninitialized mesh. What is... Connection updating is false. Connections per chunk. Ooh. Count is 0. Hmm. Hmm. This is what initializes the mesh. What if we data wire meshes? This is called in 2 different places. Was 1. Wait. What? Ah. No, this should have. Maybe not. Should we try to do it here as well?
Sorry if something came across the mic a minute ago there. I didn't know it was unmuted.
No, haven't heard anything.
Okay, good, good. Discord must have filtered it out.
Catenary data, I think, is already being passed by reference. So we go F9 there. And we go F9 there. We go F5. Yeah. See how these are aired now? These both have ID equals 100. That's when I say crash is kind of foobar my test world here. That's what I mean. It's just like, okay, where? Oh, where? There. We are in update wire message. Wire messages. Okay. Block 1, block 2. Position start. Chunk position. New mesh. Set mode. Wire mesh data. Now we're at render mesh on dot wire mesh ref initialized false. What initializes them? I wrote this code so long. What initializes them? Why is this not? This is gonna bomb again. Um. Uh. VAOID not equal to 0. Upload mesh. Is it because this is on a different thread? So it's... Oh my god, where... Blood mesh. That's the only thing I can think of. Is for some reason this. This is not setting that ID, which is why it's coming back as not initialized. Again, this is not my area of expertise. I despise all things rendering because it's just a nightmare. Oh my god, these are still aired. You can see the temporary renderer works. Initialized false. Okay. Yeah. None? Non-public member? Okay. Um, okay. Other ideas. Other ideas. I know so very little about rendering systems. I have no idea. Why would I search for thread? Block accessor world gen update height map. Where in that is thread? Oh, client chunk server thread. There it is. Block accessor world gen update height. There are so many different layers to this. um, I don't know. Async helper. Okay. Obviously, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Um, so is there something we can do in here to optimize this? I don't know. Need to look at what's. I've completely forgotten what catenary data is all about. Is just a hash set all connections of wire connections. Um,
I'm resisting like changing this because anybody that has this game or this mod in their world, changing something as low level as like the Catenary data, I would have to have a ton of code to ensure that it wouldn't completely scramble the eggs of the world when you tried to load it if you updated the mod. Because the Catenary data itself is being saved. Remember, the data itself is being saved to disk. It's not a lot of data. It's just a list of wire connections. And I don't know what the significance of the hash set is compared to like just a dictionary. So like the data, ideally what I would do, I think one option. Here's one option. Save the wires to the data with the chunk position, basically the chunk coordinates, right? Embedded into the thing. That way, when a chunk is loaded, I can just see, hey, does this chunk have wire data? Let's just verify first that I have not broken. I reverted those two changes. You're not multi-threaded, but that hitch that's triggered on chunk load because initialize true. Yep. So, see, now why is this 100? This is 100. Now why is this 100? Every time I create a network. What the hell is causing that? Now if I come over here, those should not be, why are those 100? Those should not be ID of 100. There is the wire. Where is that? That would be under this. Under wire connected. That would be in the electric network manager. Woo! Bingo! Okay. Where'd my wire go? There it is. No network. No network. Yeah. These two really foobarred the system here. No network. No network. Okay. So variables in here are going to be next network ID and networks. We have 0 networks. Okay. So there we go, 101. So that takes ID. So now our next ID is should be 101. Now 102. There we go, 101. Now, if I move this to here, actually do the top one. This over to here, let's not bomb out, is a 100 because it propagates that. Now connecting these two, if I stretch it from here to here, it should go through all of these. Here to here. Boom, 101, 101, 101. Because wherever you start the wire, that's just how it does. I mean, it's just, I had to pick a direction. Wherever you start it, that's the network that propagates. So if you have two networks where you have 1,000 nodes over here and you have 2 nodes over here, start on the 1,000 nodes over to the 2. That way it only has to do 2 rather than propagating through 1,000 different nodes. So just a little hint there. Okay, so that works. It makes me think that the bug the person ran into was a problem. So now I bet you anything that if I went to Catenary mod and where Catenary render? Yeah, update wire meshes. I bet you this is what's causing the problem. So let's do something like this. I'm gonna speed up, see if we get the little hitches. Yes, we do. I can't drop 10 feet. Okay. This should save a little bit of the Catenary data. Sometimes it's hard to find the little bit. It's a single line. There it is, 296 bytes. So what we can do here, update wire message, this is being called in 2 different places. What we're going to do is we are going to, after the check, we're going to have all these null checks. Stopwatch SW equals start new. Stopwatch dot stop. I'm pretty sure we have a Cappy. Okay. If stopwatch dot elapsed milliseconds is greater than, say, 50. Cappy dot show chat message. Update wire meshes took over 50 milliseconds. This might trigger a lot. I don't know what the average is, right? When you're just like, when it loads. I don't know what the average is. We'll see. Oh, I should have put the actual milliseconds in there. That would have been smart. It's not triggering. So how about we do this? Wait, stopwatch. Elapsed milliseconds 0. Elapsed ticks. Wow. Okay. That is hours, minutes, seconds, 0.008, almost 9/10,000th of a second. Okay. Fine. Did I just hear thunder? Is there thunder on the way? Jesus. Wow, it's already 4:30.
Time flies when you're having an aneurysm.
Oh my god. I fucking hate rendering stuff. I just hate it. I just don't like it. Let's look at the precipitation map.
I have some experience with like Blender and stuff like that, but that doesn't really translate to coding.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, 3D modeling. That's another area. I just don't have a lot of visual 3D rendering experience. Wow, talk about scattered storms around us. Jesus, sign of winter is when storms. I don't know if that was thunder or just my stomach. Okay, let's see if we can't beef up, get the wires sort of what they were looking like before. We have this going down to here, this going to here, this one going to here, this one going over here. We have this one going across. Oh, I need 3 wires. Where are my other wires? There they are. Ooh, no, I don't need that. I need more wire. Give me wire. Can I do one more? I can't. I'm doing this just to see, get this kind of back to where I was at before. Four connections. I think we can have one more. So this is kind of what the wiring system looked like before. Well, I even had this going like there, and I think this head to there. All right. Now, maybe it wasn't this. Remember, I have this thing set to 50 milliseconds. So have I been just barking up the wrong tree this whole time and it wasn't this function? What is causing that lag spike? Let's go up to actually the renderer. And say 20 milliseconds. It's not triggering. The render is literally, it literally has nothing to do with the rendering of the wire. So why, oh man. So how is it, right? How is it that conditions sw.tix is greater than 8,000. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, there's a tick spike, elapsed ticks. 2 milliseconds. But, like, 2 milliseconds is an insanely short amount of time. Like, the log, remember the log file, if you remember back about an hour, it was like 500 milliseconds. No, what was it? Elapsed time point. What was it? 0.5 milliseconds. Was it 0.5 milliseconds or point? Okay, let's do. I'm gonna remove this and this. Oop, this and this. F5. Okay, we're gonna do dot debug log ticks 20. I gotta get my time frame reference here. Save and leave. And quit. Yeah, there's okay, it is not 0.5, it's 300 milliseconds. So I had that thing, it triggered literally at 2 milliseconds. So this load chunk as taking 288 milliseconds. Here's one, 385 milliseconds to load the chunk. What is causing that if it's not like on chunk, like literally on chunk loaded or on chunk? Where is it? It must have been here. It's in here somewhere. God, look at all the code. On chunk dirty. $191 is probably on load, yeah. On chunk dirty. Cappy.event.chunk. That's the only one. On. No. How is the load chunk call taking 300 milliseconds, 380 milliseconds, if this isn't even being triggered at 50 milliseconds? Right? If this whole process is not even taking 50 milliseconds, then something about the chunk loading I don't understand. I don't know what this chunk position is. It literally is never called. This would be brilliant. Where in the call on chunk dirty on wire data from server on chunk dirty, are we given the chunk position? Chunk. chunk coordinate. How about we pass in the chunk coordinate? We come in here. Essentially, if the chunk being loaded doesn't have any wire, don't redo the meshes. No need. Wait, all of my wires disappeared? They're still there. They're there. They're just not being rendered. Let's check this. I need to figure out how to initialize. Because I'm guessing the game is actually running the chunk loading event. Yes, when it loads, right? So chunk position is null. Connections per chunk is null. So it should skip it. Now chunk positions and connections per chunk is initialized. Catenary renderer has what values I can access. Catenary mod is in here. Data. Connections. I do have a value in here for chunk position, but it's null, which means I'm not using it. So this is why nothing is being done. Because it's sending me the chunk, but connections per chunk is empty. If chunk position is not equal null, and this is initialized but empty. Wired data dot all connections. Why didn't this run I'm gonna stop debugging. This should have. I understand the first time we hit it. Connections parameter contains key. If chunk position is not equal null, let's try this again. I don't think it's this function because it's just not taking that much time. But if I can squeeze a little bit more optimization out of it, I'm going to be happy about that. But yeah, as the game loads, it's sending the client all the chunks. So this first one, for some reason, is null. So the wire data is being sent. Chunk position is null. So I'm guessing that is this one here. Yes. Wire data from server. So we grabbed the wire data from the server. That's what's called. So the server just sent us all the wire data. Now going through, stopwatch is fine. I don't care about that. That's null, which should initialize it. For each wire connection in wire data.all connections. There's 22 of them in there. Connections per chunk. Oh, what happened there? Happy.world. Okay. Huh. This is one of the little nitty-gritty things about modding with this game is the order of execution of all of the little pieces of the game. Like what loads when, what gets called when. So the server blasted us the packet from the save game, right? But we don't have any of the world yet. We don't have any of the chunks. So it gives us the save game data before it gives us any of the chunk data. So one of the things we could do is go back to this function, save wire data from server. We can't assume it's we can't assume it's the first load. So what we can do possibly is this already sort of short circuits over here because it's this right here detects, hey, the world isn't loaded yet, right? I don't know how to detect whether the world is loaded yet. It would be nice not to have to go through this for each. if I do iWire anchor test block equals accessor dot get block wire data dot all connections of 0 dot no all connections I can't index into this dot I can't grab just like one of these. Hash set. See, I've never really used a hash set. I have no idea what's unique. Like, what's the difference between a hash set and a list? What is the difference between the two? I have no idea. I have no idea what the difference between a list and a hash set. Is there a difference? There's definitely a difference in how you access it. If block equals null and block 2 equals null, how about we break? If either of these blocks are null, break. But again, I don't know how. The break, instead of continue, so continue just goes to the next item. A break just exits out of the whole thing. So at the very least, it'll stop doing that. Now, we have to come up here. If chunk position is not equal to null, which the very first time we get it, and we have to have something in here that ensures that we will initialize the list. At least the first time. Connections per chunk. Okay, so let's do and wire data dot all connections dot count is greater than connections per chunk dot count. Is this right? My logic is, if our wire connections dot count. Top values dot count. What we do? God, I don't know. How do we do this? What is the logic behind initially doing it? I think this is wrong. Because all this is doing is comparing the counts of the connections. They could be equal, but different than they were last time. That's the problem. So this is not right. I need some kind of Boolean that is like, I already have is connections updating. I could set that. Let's set this. I need to remove it. First. First. Pass. True. If we get beyond here, if we get all the way through this and we get down to here, that means we processed everything. We can say first pass equals false. Oh shit. Oh yeah, right. Damn it. The wires are there. They're just not being rendered. And I don't know why. So first pass defaults to true, comes in here, switches this to false. It should exit out of that and process, right? What we should see if I do it here. We get the initial blast of data, skips it all. Then we get okay. We didn't even get over here. First pass is true. Block accessor is relaxed. The F10, we get through that. We get through that. This should be both null. It should break out of that. I don't want to just set this over and over and over again, but there's no real way. There's no nice way of doing this. Just setting this to false over and over again is like the only way to do it. I was literally breaking out and then setting it to false and just like completely negating the whole point of it in the first place. Now I should put it in the if statement. That's where it should go. Right? First pass. There we go. Through here. This defaults to null, null, break, bomb. Show chat, yeah, it's going to do this because we're debugging and there's a lot of ticks going by. All right. So first pass now, block accessor is still relaxed, but we have a chunk position. Right? So now we have a chunk that's loaded. Connections per chunk is not null, but there's just nothing in it. So we're going to clear that. So this should not, these should, oh, they're still null. Okay. Let's take that one off. We're still null. Okay. Can we run it to here? If I F9 that and F9 that, and then run it to here, bingo. Block is loaded. All connections is 22. Wire data.all connections. Now looks like a connections per chunk is 0. Chunk position. This is loading this. Why is this not? Oh, it's because everything is count 1, but there's 4 in there. Now there's 5. Now there's 6. Now there's 7. Now there's 8. Okay. Oh my God. Just stop. Please. Just run the cursor. There we go. F5. Now, first pass is done. Connections per chunk, we should have 22 of them in there. Contains key, chunk position, not first pass, not contains key. Right? Chunk position 1596 5, 1575, 1596 4, 1575. So remember, a chunk is cubic, right? So it's not just the surface, it's all the chunks below you that are being loaded as well. Okay, so the wires are back, thank God. Now, okay, so now what happens? We're not getting any lag, by the way. Anybody notice that? We're not getting any lag. The wires are being rendered. Not getting any lag. Which is... Anyway, okay. What happens if we depart the area? Give it a couple seconds, because it, it can take a hot minute. Cat, I feel you. I do. I know it's time. It's about 5 o'clock, right? How about you go get the mouse? You want the mousey? You want the mousey? Okay. Okay. Now, I hope to God that the wires come back. And there they are. Now, how about new wire connections? Looks like that's good. Now, how about we go a long ways away? Oh, the bear's over there. Hello, Mr. Bear. Don't mind me. To WGen Regen 2. Just funsies. No? Oh. Sad face. Okay. Oh, look at that. No? Yeah. Meteoric iron. Yeah, that, Ooh, there's some more. Ow. I can't not grab the meteoric iron. It's just too good. And there's Peridot? Oh, Olivine? Wow. Who knew? Okay. Now. TPWP test base. Look at that. Rendering is happening. And the new wire is in there. And if I roll around here, we are not having massive lag spikes. Which is weird. It's really weird. I wonder if there's a way for the data that we're being sent to generate like a hash on the data, like a checksum, and then compare that to the data that we're getting from the server and see if it's different. But usually we only get the data from the server when there's a connection that's made. So, like, is it... Yeah, I think it's this... Catenary mod. Man, this is just a mess. Add connection. Trigger add connection. Delegate. It's running the electrical network manager. Yeah, this is how I set it all up. Man, this took me a while. Adding the connection. Adding the node. Go to definition. Oh, she brought it back. What the monkey? Told you she plays fetch with it. It's the first time I've ever seen a cat play fetch. She loves chasing it down. And again, she doesn't do it with any other toy. I have tried. She will chase another toy, but she doesn't bring it back. For some reason, this is the only one she does it with. I don't know why. It's special in some way. Okay, I don't know what exactly. Tannery mod. I mean, it's been so long since I've done any of this stuff. Update wire message. On data from server. So when we get a message from the server, get wire connection date. So the server on data with the we don't get the channel does accept it, but it will throw an exception if you tried. Player now playing send packet. So we get the data packet from the server when you load. Game world loaded. You grab the data, right? You don't send it to the client because there's no client to send it to. This sends it to the client. It's when the player joins. And when you start a single player game, you are joining a server. It's kind of hidden in the background. Game world save on chunk dirty. So, essentially what this is doing, I think, the wired data, when we make a connection, on interact, this is what actually creates the connection. When you right click to create a connection, this is literally what triggers the whole ball of wax. We generate the connection. We then build the channel to the server with the new connection. Send a packet to the server notifying the new connection. And the server then updates its own data with the connection here. Now, the wire connection I think has, let's do wire connection. So cute. She wasn't so cute, she'd be a hat. Didn't the wire connection have a chunk position, yes. Go to definition. We could calculate the chunk position. It is not a proto member. And I don't have an API value for this. So we could hard code this, because I don't think find all references. There's literally nothing that checks this value. Chunk position would be node start, because everything is based on the starting node. So the node start has the block position in it. We could do, come on, get. Give her some exercise. It's the whole point. Return node start dot block position dot to vector 3i. Oh, block chunk, no, block position. I have to do vector 3i output equals new vector 3i x, y, and z would be node start dot block position dot x divided by 32. Now I might have to be, instead of y dot internal y, maybe, or not. I can't remember which time to use it. Block position dot y. So the internal y is y plus dimension times 32,768. And then y, so many of the things, y doesn't tell you at all. Not dimension aware, use overload with dimension parameter. Dimension equals dimension. That doesn't help me at all. I'm pretty sure y is just y. But if we look at internal y, we do an analyze, we say get. Who uses the internal y? Block entity to tree attributes. Position y is the internal y. Tree that's sent in. Get chunk. Position.internal y divided. Okay. So when it deals with chunks, you definitely want to use internal y. Get chunk. Okay. Get block. I'm really hoping this is what I need. Yeah, it's all the way over there. Don't you understand the zone? The zone of mousy drops is right over here. Just randomly drops it somewhere, expecting me. Sometimes it's a long way. I'm like, God, this is not a hard equation. So I'm kind of curious here on what values would actually be, what it would actually be doing here. Get chunk at block position. Yes. Client chunk size. Client chunk size, I'm pretty sure, is 32. I'm like, it would surprise me. Assigned by chunk size, yeah, it's just hard coded to 32. World map. Is chunk area loaded? Also is 32. Okay. Okay. I'm fairly certain internal y is what we use here to grab the chunk. So this is essentially saying take the starting node block position and give me the vector 3i chunk position based on that. Right? I'm hoping. And we might be able, connections per chunk is indexed by that 3i. How I use that, I don't know. I'm too tired to think about it right now. But I mean, it looks like we have a decent start at the very least. Let me look at. I just kind of want to see this. Although, no, I can't put it into here because it would never, ever go in there. So I guess it's just got to be. It just has to be in here. I don't like it being in here, but I think it has to be. This doesn't use internal y. Okay, internal Y is still the same as Y in this situation. So wire data connection, okay. Connections per chunk is empty. Con. Chunk position. Look at that. Beautiful. Now, is chunk position 1596 for 1575? Oh my god, it's the same. Oh, it's glorious. So rather than calculate chunk position. Oh, cat. Jesus. I get it. Get it. Go get it. Jesus. You just will not stop bugging me until until I throw it. So that could be an alternate way of grabbing the chunk position. Node start dot block position. Yeah. The quirky thing about the rendering that I discovered in coding this nightmare was node con dot chunk position. Yeah, the thing I found about this nightmare was when you're rendering the wires, you're having to offset the render based on the camera, which is it's kind of the backwards way of thinking about it. I thought the camera, depending on where it was pointing, would just render what was there. But the wires, right, have to be offset depending on how the camera is positioned. So you have to there's tons of math in here regarding how the wire is actually being rendered. And if you look at the actual renderer on render frame, you'll see that. If we look at somewhere in here is the on render frame. I probably hit it. There it is. So there's the matrix, right? So you're having to pass in the matrix of the camera position to the actual mesh, which translates and scales the mesh based on the camera position. Rather than just have the camera render what's on the screen, everything on the screen is having to it's just weird. It's just weird how it works. It was very counterintuitive. So yeah, when you just imagine the camera rendering the meshes, right? When you move, the camera is moving, but the meshes are also offsetting themselves from the camera, right? This is weird. It's weird. Let me just say, it's just weird. So yeah. I don't know if this will fix the bug that was mentioned to me before, where it was just a simple, I kid you not, it was just just give me a generator. Generator. Give block vintage engineering VELV generator north. So basically, all the person did was as far as their like reproduction steps, generator, machine, wire, oh, relay, wire there, wire to there. Fuel. Save and leave. And reload. Where's the mouse? Where did you put it? I don't see it. Yeah, sometimes she knocks it somewhere where she can't get to it, and then she comes back as if I have it magically. It's just funny. It's like, I don't have it, Cat. So did you put it somewhere? Sometimes she puts it like way under my desk. I don't see it anywhere. Cat, I don't see it anywhere. And I have to bring it back, otherwise I can't throw it again. Oh, I felt something. What was that? Is that a wire? Ow. Yeah, I have to bring it back. Now she's standing beside me like, are you going to throw it? And it's like, I don't have it. That's so funny. Okay, is this got power? And this delivered power and it filled up. Like, I really need something. It works. Like, I don't understand. The bug report was this simple thing doesn't work, right? You wire this up, you put fuel in it, and then you exit and come back, and it power isn't transferred. So one thing I'm going to test. Oh, Jesus. I do that all the time. I do it all the time. I forget that I forget that thing is in 5x5 mode. It's really annoying. Okay. That's fine. This should say no network. Good. Oh, was that a lag spike that I just felt? Okay, nope. All right. Machine? LV generator? Okay. Wire to there. Wire to there. No power. No power. 103. Find some sort of fuel in here somewhere. Whatever. Put these in there. Put this in there. Save and leave. Single player. Mod test world. Power's being okay. Well, outside of this, I've literally tested like all the things. I don't know what the person is getting at. If you're in creative and you're testing this, at the current moment, I'm not caring about creative. I just can't. I cannot. I don't have the bandwidth. I don't have the memory bandwidth to cover every possible use case of creative. Because if you're in creative mode, there's no point in doing this. You can literally give yourself an infinite number of ingots, right? There's no point in generating metal plates if you can just give yourself an infinite number of metal plates. So I can't focus on like creative mode when there's literally no point to the mod in creative mode. There's literally no point. So you know, I guess it is what it is. But it works. It's literally delivered the power. I exited, I came back. So if there are more details or more reproduction steps or a video, if you record a quick video of the whole process and you find a way to post that or get that to me somehow, then I can see exactly, especially when you're like looking at all the things. But again, if you're in creative mode, it shouldn't break. Technically, it shouldn't break. But it might, because creative mode is like a really stripped down version of the game. And it's not as like, I don't think it's as fleshed out as regular survival mode. I just don't think they've worked on it as much and has squashed as many bugs in creative mode. It's creative mode is literally a different DLL file, right? It is literally a different set of libraries that are used for creative mode. And so it's just, it doesn't really, you know, I would understand that if something subtle breaks in creative mode, it'd be kind of a royal pain in the ass. But again, like, why are you, if you're in creative mode and you're playing the game, that's basically for building. I would imagine you can just give yourself, like, give block. If you wanna like give yourself a bunch of things, you know, give block, give item, you can do that in survival mode and play around with things. But other than that, yeah, I don't see a lot happening there. But it looks like, I mean, it looks like somehow I fixed the lag spike. It doesn't make sense how a function that didn't take more than 2 milliseconds, and yet it was destroying, like, it was destroying the lag spikes. I mean, it just caused a massive spike. So yeah, it might be because it was erasing everything. It was literally rebuilding it rather than like adding the new ones. And there's probably an efficiency here. There's probably some more work that you could do now that I've got the actual wire data connections able to report what chunk they're in. You could basically be like, you don't want to say, hey, does the connections per chunk contain the key, because there could be 50 connections in that chunk. You don't want to not add one just because of that. So that would be a problem if you did that. But connections per chunk, not connections per chunk contains key. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the wired data. Again, there's probably some logical problem in here, but I can't think of it right now. But from what I've been able to test, the lag spike is gone, and we've got the oil. Now, is there any questions? And before we go, please hit that like button. Please, just tap, just click it because reasons. So the the oil, again, all of the configurations for the oil, open recent, crude oil well. No, that's the generator. Deposits, that's world gen. Deposits, deposit, oil portion, crude oil portion. Well, I can load that and do open and go vintage block crude oil well. So all the variables for this are in here. So if there's any questions, if there's any questions about this process, so essentially, a generic crude oil will appear in the world. I'm going to depreciate the crude oil mod that all it does is add crude oil. I'm going to depreciate that because Vintage Engineering. Oh, jeez, that scared the shit out of me. Discord in my mind. Just okay. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. That scared the shit out of me. So even if you don't use any other feature of the mod, it's going to add crude oil to the world, right? If all you want is crude oil, and I know somebody out there is going to be like, "Can you just make the mod?" I'm like, "Oh my god." So the reason why I don't want to do that is I want as few dependencies on Vintage Engineering as possible. I want to be able to have people just add it or remove it from their world. Removing it would probably be a bad idea, but just adding it to their world without adding 5 other mods, right? Oh, this mod requires this mod and this mod, and this mod, and this mod. I don't like dependency chains like that. And too many Minecraft mods, even small ones, are like, oh, add my library mod. So you don't just have to do like the storage crates. You have to do storage crates and, the library mod, right? It's just like, just give me anyway. So I want as few dependencies as possible for Vintage Engineering. I don't like cross dependencies or dependency chains when it comes to mods. One and done is as close as I get. And so crude oil, you're going to have generic deposits, bubbles basically spawning underground. Which there'll be very little indication on the surface that happens. There will be some indication, random bituminous coal on the surface, little nuggets that you can pick up, that may indicate there's either going to be coal or oil under the ground. And then the geysers, the big deposits, will have the use of these will be a big influx of oil in raw fluid block format that you can use the pump to pump out the actual blocks that are there. And then the well at the bottom will be for the pump jack to interface with to pull a certain amount of fluid out of that. And that's what the pump jack multi-block will actually interface with that block. And you'll probably have to build, I'm thinking you'll have to build like an oil derrick on the surface that you feed it blocks like pipes, and that will build the pipes down to that. You have to build it directly over the spout hole, and that the pipes will go down and hit that block and stop, and then you'll break the derrick down and you'll build the pump jack on it, and the pump jack will basically follow the pipes down and grab that block position of the well and interface with it directly. And that will allow the pulling of more fluid out of that well. That's kind of in my mind how I formulated this whole process. And I did that because over the last few days, because I just couldn't get it out of my mind. So any features, any requests, anything like that regarding this feature, I'm always open to ideas. Ones that make sense and kind of fit bit for the process. Outside of that, I think going forward, we're going to be tackling the next item on the to-do list is going to be the charger, which should be relatively simple. I have an interface already in the electrical system called iChargeable, and I don't have anything that uses it yet, but basically it's an interface for an item where you get all of this information, and you need to, basically this is how the system interfaces with power. So this is exactly like how the electrical block entity works, right? And the chargeable is just a separate version of that. Because it's going to be, it's the charger is going to have an item slot, and it's going to be, there's going to be special things that are associated with that. And so I needed a way of interfacing with the item in the item slot. And it's going to have two different options. You put something in there that has durability. If it doesn't have the iChargeable, there's going to be an option flag in the block for the machine where you're going to be able to enable or disable the durability side of things. If it's just going to use the durability, then you can put it in the charger. Maybe one extra attribute flag of like chargeable or something like that. So that'll be the simple way of doing it. And then the more complex way of doing it would be having this interface as part of the item, which we can then have a little bit more complex interaction with, which also includes like possibly a portable battery. I haven't really decided how I want to handle that yet. But yeah, the charger is the next thing, and I might be able to show you here what it looks like. And this model obviously is not was not done by me. I don't have the skill to do it. LV charger. It should be, I mean, the textures, the textures are all there, but this is the charger. It looks really, really cool. Right there, this is the wire connection node. So if we look at, and the reason why, let me exit out of this and go to close this vintage engineering mod, assets, vintage shapes, block, LV charger, code. Yeah, this is one of the reasons they used base game textures. So the model creator does not know how to differentiate between the two. I would have to redirect the model creator's textures to the base game rather than my mod in order for it to display. So that's why those textures don't show up. And if we go to the block types, I don't know if it's in here yet. No, it doesn't look like it's in here yet. The other thing we want to do is go Lang, edit, and there's definitely some more. Okay. I need to close that, close that, close that, and that, and that. We're going to go back to Oil well. Get block info. No, we need to go to the block. Crude oil. No? It's definitely the well. Maybe it's the block entity. I bet you it's the block. Yep, get block info. Well depleted infinite source. I think that's how you spell depleted. I'm hoping so. So GUI dash depleted. So pen line, we're gonna do lang.get vent engineering GUI depleted. DEPL. I put an extra E in there. Depleted. Right? So let's say well depleted. And then we want that same thing here. It says well depleted. And then we want another one to is infinite. So to say well depleted or well depleted source is considered infinite. And then liters remaining, I want to say that I must have that in here. There's a remaining. I can just remove liters out of here and just go L. And then lang.get GUI word remaining. So it'll just say L remaining. So that's one thing I needed to do. And then I needed come on, fingers. Block dash crude oil well. And then copy, paste, DESC. A source, a crude oil source block. Tap into this with a pump jack. With an oil pump jack using an oil derrick. Is it CK? Can you look up that OS really quick? Oil derrick? How do you spell derrick? He's probably not there. He abandons me. DERRICK? DERR. Yeah. Did I spell it right? DERR. Yeah, we did. Using an oil derrick to place pipes. Steel pipe. Using an oil derrick to place steel pipe down from the surface. So when you look at the crude oil well, or when you look it up in the handbook, you'll see crude oil well source, a crude oil source block. Tap into this with an oil pump jack using an oil derrick to place steel pipes down from the surface. So you pump all the oil out, and you build the oil derrick over the top, feed it pipes, which will push pipes all the way down. Once that's done, dismantle the derrick, and then put a pump jack over the top, and that'll be a little bit more obvious to do that. And then that'll pump the fluid. None of that, by the way, is actually in the game, in the mod yet. Like, none of that functionality is done. Just so you know, that's not done yet. Okay. That's there, and then block crude oil -* crude oil. Texas tea. A potent source of potential energy. And then we do item crude oil portion. A little portion of crude oil. Try not to get it on your clothes. Okay. And this is why, like, when people are like, "Hey, I want to localize, I want to localize it into whatever language," I'm just like, every time I add a feature, I add a bunch of stuff into this file, and yeah, it's kind of crazy, but anyway, this should prevent it from having too many shenanigans there. Now, did I miss anything? We have the crude oil, we have the crude oil well, and we have the portion. And the crude oil is -* because it's not just block -crude oil, it's block -crude oil -still -7, which is the source block. But there's many varieties of crude oil itself. There's still, and then there's all of the directions, and there's a lot of variety to this. Okay. So now we want just a quick check double check the handbook really quick before we head out. So yeah, the charger is going to be the next big thing. And I'll do, from now until next Wednesday, I'll either do the whole thing, I'll do a bunch of the preliminary work, and we'll get it working on stream, or it'll just work. So if we go handbook and then crude. So there's crude oil. I think this is just oil. This is the old mod, right? This is the old mod. The new is this. Crude oil block. Tap into this with an oil pump jack using an old derrick to place steel pipe down from the surface. So it just shows like the generation of it occurs in host rock. I just had to generate in all the rock because I don't know how rare it is, but it's probably extremely rare for sedimentary rock to be right at the bottom of like right above mantle. I think it's very, very rare. A little portion of crude oil, try not to get it on your clothes. Yeah. And then crude oil block. Where is the crude? Why is that not showing up here? I don't know. So let's look at the code. Let's compare that. Looking for handbook or something. I don't. Please stop. I'm not. What is going on here? Why is this? This is the old oil. This is the new oil. This is the same. The only thing that's different is this is not in game, not in the game domain. I don't understand why one is showing in the list and not both. You can see the variant groups here: flow, still, 7. So what about water? Lava? Do these even appear in the game? Creative inventory, for sure. But my guess? I don't even know. The reason I separated this is there's a lot of things that I did in this version of the original crude oil mod that I really didn't like. Namely, the fact that I just called it oil and not crude oil. Because then I realized like heavy oil, light oil, whatever. Oil was just it just wasn't specific enough for me to be happy with it, which is why I separated it into crude oil. But again, I don't know. Crude oil, still 7. Crude oil, still 7. This is, this is really weird. Of all the weird bugs to hit, like what is crude oil -star? Maybe, let's see, oil deposits, Lang. Open with code. Block -oil. Block -crude oil -star. I mean, it's the same sort of format. It's just this doesn't have. This isn't in. This is in the game domain, which is the default. So imagine there being a game colon here. And then this is in the vintage engineering domain. So this is vintage engineering block -crude oil -star. And I don't understand. There's no handbook entry in here. Well, things like this, I have no idea. Like I don't even know why it wouldn't be in here. Crude oil. I mean, the only thing I can think of is this domain, but that shouldn't hurt anything. No errors in this file. TRUDEO, yeah. How weird is that? Like, that's really bizarre. Like, there's no reason why that block should be missing. Outside of a weird, like, error in the texture or something. Right? This crude oil is the old oil. Crude oil well source, that is understandable. But where is the only difference I can think of is the block. What I in order to try to get the transparency working with the new well sources and stuff is I added some transparency to the texture. Let's do oil. Nope. Is it even in here? Give block vintage engineering crude oil still 7. Bingo. Crude oil. Material liquid. And there it literally has like I hit H over it and it doesn't bring it up. What happens if I just place this in the world? Yeah, a little. There's probably a few little weird bugs, weird issues with it, but the fact that it doesn't show up in here really bothers me. Let's exit, quit, and go. Client. No result. Literally, there's nothing in here where it's unable. There's no error in here that's like unable to find, handbook entry. It just doesn't. It's like, no, you can't have it. The only possible thing I can think of, crude oil block, is it has the same name, but seriously, it should not be like that. Block dash crude oil dash star. Unless like fluid is different. Could that be? Like, it's not block, it's fluid? Or something like that? That shouldn't be. It really, really shouldn't. The only real way to check that would be assets, game, lang, English, open, water. Nope. Wait. Block water 7. Block lava 7. What? It just ignores? Does it ignore the direction? Because if we look at water, right, this is the block of water. Water still 7. That's literally the code. But the localization doesn't have that. It just says water 7. So if I do block crude oil 7, the odds of this working are probably pretty small, but maybe, possibly. Yeah, the handbook is like another one of those crazy like abysses that you just don't want to deal with. Crude. Crude oil. I have no idea. Okay, I just don't. I don't have any idea what could possibly do this. I don't have it anywhere else in here, I don't think. Okay, well, I'm not. That's my limit right there. That's my limit. There's literally no reason for the handbook not to display that crude oil dash set. Like, there's no reason. I think I had this open already once. Yeah. I mean, literally, the only difference between these two now is the texture. All right. Well, gonna have to be my limit. That's a weird bug to hit right at the end, but we fixed one of the biggest glaring issues that I've found in the last couple months is that lag spike. It's weird how we fixed it where it wasn't a problem. Loading chunks, the stopwatch calls, it just wasn't taking that much time. I mean, I was able to trigger it at like 2 milliseconds. I was able to trigger it at 2 milliseconds, but not, 20 milliseconds. I was able to trigger it. So let's set these back. I don't want these to trigger too often. Let's do $. SW.elapsed milliseconds. Okay. Yeah, none of these were triggering. So why was the thing overloaded? And as soon as we started culling the connections, it fixed it. I don't know. But that was the thing I was most worried about. But the oil geysers are in, everything is good, and yeah, I thank you all for coming by today. Hope to see you all on Saturday when we dive headfirst into Satisfactory 1.0. I know there's a bunch of people playing it right now. Give it a couple days to make sure that it's not going to cause a singularity in your computer and end all of reality, just to let them fix whatever bugs come up right away. That's kind of what I do, to have as few headaches as possible. But I know that a huge amount of stuff in the game changed, like massive amount of stuff. Nodes have been moved, like it's a monumental change in the game from when we played it last, which has been a few years.
Yeah. Not only is the last update very different, like you said, all the other ones cumulatively, it's gonna be crazy.
I mean, they've redone recipes, they've redone nodes, they've like the Mercer spheres and the Summer Slew, all of that stuff now has functions, and there's a tier 9, right? The tier 9 of the space elevator is an insane amount of product. Like, everything about the game is now like, I don't know if we're going to make it to the end. We might burn out before we make it to the end. I'm anticipating burning out before we get to the end, just because it's that late game stuff is insane. From what I've seen, just absolutely insane recipes. Alien matter, and it's just crazy. So, yeah, I'm not 100% sure how far we're going to get into it, how many streams we're going to get out of it. And there are definitely YouTubers that are getting the Factorio update early. I just heard that they're going to get it like 10 days early. So, literally, what pisses me off the most about that is smaller channels have no hope of building an audience when games do that. Literally no hope. For because I wasn't picked, I've literally been I started my channel with Factorio content almost 9 years ago. I've been doing Factorio content on my channel for longer than a lot of these other channels have existed. But I'm not a big channel, so I get ignored. And so these other channels who through other means or ways have grown their channel, I don't know how, they get it early. And that just makes somebody like me who I love Factorio. I get hung out to dry because it's like I don't get it early. So that really pisses me off. So I'm not in a hurry. I know as soon as the embargo lifts, a channel like Nihlaus is going to blast videos with the update. He's already said that he's going to have a bank of videos already done with half of the update already covered. And he's just going to blast it out. And then he's going to stream the rest of it. So within a week of that update coming out, there will be zero surprise. There'll be zero content that I can do, right? He's already gonna have a 10-day head start on me, and a lot of channels are. There's no way I can keep up with that. So, unfortunately, what my plan is the update. We're gonna stream a vanilla game, and that's actually gonna be pretty soon. It's gonna be we're probably gonna get 3 streams out of Satisfactory. That's what I'm budgeting. 3 streams. Because I think October 23rd is the Space Age debut. And I'm really hoping Renegade is going to be available shortly thereafter. But we may get 1 extra Satisfactory stream done. So like 4 streams. And then I want to do a vanilla plus Factorio to kind of reset our expectations. And then go into do that stream for, I don't know, 2 or 3 streams. And then do the expansion. But I want to start over on the expansion. Because a lot of channels, they're going to jump into the expansion right away. And people who want all of the spoilers and want all of that that's going to be what they get. A channel that has 10 days head start, they're going to have a huge bank of content that they're going to be able to dump. And so it's just like frustrating that I'm not going to be able to watch any of that stuff because I don't want any spoilers. So, 10 days in, I'm going to have to like put an embargo on myself to not watch any sort of content like that. And it's going to suck because I know everybody is going to be covering it. Like everybody that I've watched is going to cover it. And so I gotta stay away from that because I want to go into it with fresh eyes and, no spoilers and just experience the expansion with you guys, for the first time and go through it and have some honest feedback. So, the Friday facts that they've been pushing out, I'm becoming less and less interested in reading those now that I've got a pretty good understanding of what's coming, the more of those that spoil what's coming, the less I want to watch them. Because it's like, now that I know, like, one planet you're going to have stuff that spoils, one planet you're going to have, like, electricity in the air, the volcanic planet, you're going to be able to, basically, it's an infinite amount of iron and copper. You're going to be able to just literally pump lava and create this stuff. Like, that's fine. And there's one other planet that's kind of a mystery, but all of the other mechanics, like, I don't want to dive too deep into that because I want to figure it out. They had last week, they had a massive community LAN party where they had 100 invite-only people, content creators and modders, play the expansion for like 50 hours. You got 50 hours to play it. And so there's a huge amount. They put an embargo on any details that haven't been released yet. So they can't, obviously there might be somebody out there that spoils it, but I haven't really watched any of that kind of content because I want to keep it protected. I want to be surprised. I want to enjoy all of the work that they've done for the past 2 years without spoiling it for myself. And I would highly recommend anybody who is wanting to join us, any members or patrons who want to join us in that experience, not spoil it for yourself. So I'm really hoping to explore the game and the expansion on stream for the first time. That's the only way that I can have like honest to God reactions that don't look fake. So that is going to be coming. There's going to be a little bit of a vacation in November. I'm going to be hopefully visiting family for Thanksgiving. That's tentative plan right now. Not 100% sure on the dates, but I do know it will definitely cover a Saturday and possibly a Wednesday. So that, now that we're getting into the holiday season, my streaming schedule, there may be a couple hiccups here and there, especially Thanksgiving and Christmas. I usually do a Halloween stream. I don't know what we're going to do this week or this year. What did we do last year, Oz? Do you remember what we did last year? What did we stream last year?
Oh, man. I'm trying to remember. I think that might have been one of the few years where we kind of phoned it in. I'll look back, though.
This live, and if we scroll all the way down, would be roughly a Dovahkiin Halloween. I streamed Skyrim.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yep, Dovahkiin Halloween. 41 views on that stream, by the way. A whole 41 views. That is painful. That's painful. It's a 6-hour stream. 41 views. That hurts. That hurts my soul. Yeah,
Man, it's not even showing up for me.
Yeah, you have to go to the live. You have to go to the live tab, and then scroll down 10 months ago.
Oh, there it is. I must have just overlooked it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I honestly wouldn't know what to do with myself if suddenly my streams got super popular. I have no idea what I would do if I had 1,000 people in here. Like, I would just be like,
I think your brain would implode.
I would be like, I don't know what to do. I mean, my End Zone stream from last week, 114 views. Yeah, I there's some channels I watch where it's like, 68,000 people watching. It's like, What the fuck? Oh, crazy. Anyway, yeah. So that's what's coming. Basically, the rest of the year. The rest of the year is going to be factory, right? Factory and vintage engineering. If I'm not, I might have to take a break at some point in vintage engineering. Maybe as soon as I get like everything but like the LV tier, but the multi-block system in place. I may have to take a little break of a couple weeks, just because when I get the charger in, the creosote oven single block instance and the alloy oven single block instance, basically, both of those are going to be multi-blocks, but the block entities, I can build them as a single block instance and get them in the game. But once the charger and those two things are in, that basically rounds out LV tier outside of the multi-block system. And so once those are done, or at least functional and semi-tested, I might take a tiny little break of a couple weeks because, oh my God, it's rough. So yeah,
I have a feeling once we start Factorial, probably the Space Age variant, you're going to have a tough time resisting the temptation of streaming that on a Wednesday.
Yeah, definitely. When we're going full head into Factorial, I wouldn't doubt. So yeah, it would be very understandable for that. So that is going to do it for the stream today, everybody. I thank you all for coming by and all of your interactions and feedbacks and all of that kind of stuff. Welcome to the channel, everybody who's subscribed. Consider being a patron or a channel member and joining us on the Saturday multiplayer streams going forward. I'm hoping for some fun factory shenanigans for the rest of the year. And yeah, I hope to see everybody back here on Saturday.